second. Oh, there they are. Yes, hi, already. I just, let me see how many seconds was it? How long was it? It was about like 30 seconds for people to start showing up. Yeah, I should be. Yeah. Oh, now. Oh, well. Hi, everybody. It might be possible to put me on a separate channel. I don't know. I'm not sure. I think I feel like there must be some way because like Windows has like the audio mix or whatever. So I feel like there's some way that you could separate like.
Oh yeah, I could just switch on to a different channel, but I don't know. I'll just join you at the beginning of this stream. So you're not alone. 50? What? How does that work?
I love. I wish I could get viewers like that.
Yeah. I can't even see us as live at the moment if I go on YouTube. What? Oh, there you go. Yeah. Now I can. Oh my god, I'm loud.
Am I loud? I'm probably not loud. It's hard to determine.
I don't know. Chat, tell me if A, I'm too loud, and B, Coral is too quiet. Because if I do, I'm just going to get loop feedback, aren't I?
Yeah, it's really difficult to determine these things on your own. You
Yeah.
just listen to it and it's like, oh, there's myself.
Can anyone hear Coral?
Yeah, can I be heard?
I don't know, is he drowned out by flying battery zone? Hear me fine, but can you hear Coral? Yeah, Coral is a bit quiet.
Okay.
I don't know if I can boost you in Discord or not.
Yeah, I don't know. Apparently my microphone has like audio, it like sounds too quiet half the time. I should get a new one of these days, but
there you go. You're now at 200%.
Wonderful.
As long as someone else doesn't come in and just scream our ears off.
Well, then you could turn them down specifically, like within Discord.
True. Right, yeah. So just a quick overview. And I'm gonna say this straight. Nothing new to show this stream. We just wanted to show that we are actually getting on with stuff, and we wanted to talk about Origins because, you know, we haven't actually had a chance between us on this team to really discuss Origins yet, so I thought it might be cool to get on with some work and chill with people and chill with Coral and yeah, discuss Origins because that's a bit of news which has come out.
They should have made it HD and hit us up. Just kidding.
No, oh, there's Discord. Hi, Discord. Yeah. So, where we left off a while ago was, huh?
The stream caught up with you.
Oh, stream caught up. What was there? I don't have it open. Or so yeah, where we caught up with last time is we were outlining all the collision. Not exactly a fun process, but it's just interesting. It's almost more like a podcast than it is an actual, stream, I think, in this case. But we got most of the way through Oil Ocean Zone. So we got into Act 2, and so far we got to about here-ish, but then I've continued on a bit. And I think, hold up, is this bit isn't done. So I need to do this bit before I continue, and this bit. So yeah, we're about here-ish. And then after that, we've just got this bit to do. So one screen of collision to do, and then we're at the boss fight. So not much left of Act 2 to do. We've done majority of it already. So I can just blitz.
Act 1 completed?
Yeah, Act 1. We did Act 1 last stream.
Well, I thought so.
And yeah, I can't remember, to be honest, doing most of this. I zoned out. I completely zoned out on that because I was talking. But yeah, let's just hop in to where I left off. Let me switch open to Photoshop. I need to see what the collision is like.
66 viewers. You know, I thought like 70 viewers is like our maximum number of viewers before, but now I'm wondering if maybe I just don't know how to find the maximum peak viewership in streams on YouTube, because the last one also got a lot of views. Although I think this one might be more. Maybe these are like our most. Maybe these last two streams have had the most concurrent viewers. I don't know.
I think last stream might have been one of the most concurrent viewers. I think last time you said it was. Last time was the most concurrent viewed.
Yeah, I think it was.
What's actually going?
I don't know how to find.
Here. So we've got. Does that go to there? Yeah.
Hey, long time no see, you guys. Hello. I really love Sonic 3 and Knuckles, so it's great to see it remastered. I agree. Sonic 3 and Knuckles is my favorite game.
I was gonna say, what with the yeah, that's the point. Since we last hopped on stream, there has been the Sonic 2 movie as well, which I don't know whether we'll discuss spoilers here at all.
I haven't seen it, so I couldn't.
Okay, in which case we won't, because I do not want to ruin it for you.
Until it comes out of theaters to see it. I do find it funny though, like, who would have thought that Sonic would be the one video game franchise that has like an actual successful movie franchise based on it?
I was gonna say, I'm surprised that, you know, there isn't well, I guess there probably is a Mario movie somewhere. There is going to be one, isn't there?
There was a Mario movie. There was like have you not seen like the really old, like the original Mario Brothers movie?
Yes.
Okay.
I vaguely remember it.
No, you have to see that because that movie was amazing.
Oh,
not for the right reasons though, but for the wrong reasons.
I know I have seen it at some point, but I can't remember it at all. I remember like little bits of it.
Yeah.
I'm really surprised though that Sonic has kicked off where it has, because it's the sort of thing where I didn't expect that many Sonic fans like in the world to, you know, want to watch a Sonic film, or not necessarily that, but like even non-Sonic fans. What am I doing here? That needs to go over there.
Sonic's like really popular. It's just nobody talked about it for a while, I guess, because they weren't happy with the games or whatever. But like recently, there have been a lot of games that people have really liked, and so people are now being like, oh yes, I like Sonic. So people are more interested in talking about it. Like mostly because of Origin. Don't cancel Sonic 2 HD. That Sonic 2 HD was canceled.
No.
Well, it hasn't been canceled for like since 2014. So.
I always find it weird when people say it's cancelled. It's like, no, it isn't. It's like, is it still alive? Like, of course it's still alive. It's pretty much my livelihood at this point.
It's almost been 10 years since it's been revived. Since I've been working on it. Oh my god. It's almost been 10 years. Oh. That's awful. I don't like that at all.
No.
I think I was like 17 when I joined. Or maybe I was 18. I was 17, or I was either was 17 or I just turned 18.
I was still working in an electronics company when when I joined.
That wasn't 10 years ago for you, but
no, it wasn't. It was 5 years ago.
Yeah, it's been a while.
About 5 years. The website hasn't been updated since then. Which is what I was trying to say to that guy on Twitter. There was someone on Twitter earlier who was just like, oh yeah, I looked at the news on the website. It's just like,
You're not even on the website.
I know, that's what I mean. I find it funny though, because we do post stuff on like blog posts, but the actual website itself hasn't been updated in ages. We need to get on top of that. This year, the big push to get Release 3 done.
That's the hope, but no promises.
Well, I don't know. Me and Cyan have got something planned.
I know you guys are talking about doing a lot of stuff.
Yes, July especially.
I do. There's a lot of little things and stuff like I want to do. And I'm pretty confident I'll get the chance to do it this year. It's just like I gotta. God, my chair is like falling apart. Anyways, there's like a lot of stuff like I until I have things out, like other projects like completed, like you know the one.
Yeah.
I can't.
I'm gonna be.
It's hard for me to justify dedicating time to this project because.
Yeah.
Well,
it does not pay.
yeah.
You need something which will pay the bills first.
Yeah. Once I do get that game done, though, and everything's sorted, then I can sit down to Sonic 2 HD and I can be like, yes, I can work on Sonic 2 HD, and I don't need to feel like, ooh, but I could be using this time working on the game that's going to actually get me money. And also further my career, which Sonic 2 HD, I guess, has helped with that to some extent, but I need to actually do other things to get money, which
I think that's
means less work on Sonic HD, but
like we were discussing earlier. So many people have kind of moved on to other things, and I don't think it's much like for the reason that they want to ditch Sonic 2 HD.
No.
They'd probably love to work on it, like continue working on it, but
I like working on Sonic 2 HD, and I want to see it through to the end, just because, like, I mean, why not? But it's just the
end's far.
To do when it's something you do in your free time, and like I don't like have like a 9-to-5 type job. I just I was doing freelance for a while, but then I stopped doing that to focus on like starting up my own indie game type things and doing like original games like that. And so like basically, any time that I have, if I'm not spending it working on the indie games, it's like it just feels like I'm wasting time or something. I don't know. But I do like Sonic 2 HD, and I do want to finish up. I want to finish the entire game at some point.
We will at some point. It's inevitable. Even if it takes another... I don't want it to take another 10 years. If it does take another 10 years, I will be around for it.
I mean, we joke about 2050, but I feel like in the back of our minds, there's a little bit of a fear like, what if it's not?
Yeah.
What if it's for real? What if 2050 really is the actual final release date?
Nah, it won't be that long. It just depends. I reckon at some point something will kick off to the point where we just blitz through it.
Maybe. We'll see.
It'll be something along the lines of we get the framework so damn perfect that we can just blitz through all the levels. I mean, there's still art to do, which you can't just, necessarily do that quick.
To polish things up. I actually want to stream a lot of that polishing of things up and like really finalizing things for Aquatic Ruin Zone.
Yeah. Yeah. At the moment, obviously, there's the whole thing which we've been discussing. Oh, that doesn't go there. Yeah, the whole thing we've been discussing recently is since Origins reveal yesterday. Was it yesterday or the day before?
It was yesterday.
I've lost all sense of time. Since the Origins reveal yesterday, we kind of sat back and went, why? Like, obviously, there's been some fan game developers working on it, and we're just sitting there thinking, that could be us developing
Yes.
a Sonic game. So
Maybe.
we just kind of sat back and went, right, okay, so release 3, although we've got like loads of stuff planned for release 3, how about for the moment we hold back some of the extra stuff which we've got planned, and obviously it's still going to be a big release, but I think we've overshot what we planned to fit in one release. So I think all we're going to do is cut back just a tiny bit so that we can actually get the stuff which we've nearly got done completely finished, and then we'll go back and revise the bits which we haven't got finished, or the extra bits.
Perhaps. Nobody even knows what we actually have planned for the next release specifically. Well, not everything we have planned anyway. Since you're actually working on a remaster of the game, did you ask permission from Sega to make this game? No.
Wait, what?
I mean, that's the answer. Right? We didn't ask permission from Sega. Sega knows about this game though, so like I don't think they care, because if they did care, they would tell us. They would tell us very sternly, or maybe not. Maybe not just sternly. Maybe very aggressively even. Tell up to them to stop making the game, but they haven't done that. So I think it's safe to say they're, at least for now, okay with the game. Maybe once we get closer to finishing it, maybe then they'd be like, wait a minute.
Wait a minute, it's actually becoming a thing. We thought you were never going to finish it.
We'll finish.
Or it might get to the point where they go, actually, we kind of want to do a release, like a HD release of the original games of our own. You're stepping on our toes now.
Oh gosh, that would be so awful. Imagine if like next year Sega released, they're like, oh, we made a remaster of all the classic games, like an HD remake rather, not just like the remaster we have now. It's just like.
That's literally what I was fearing, as I was saying before the stream. That's kind of what I was fearing with Origins, is although I would love it, I would also really hate it if it was just like, oh yeah, by the way, here's Origins, and it's done in a complete HD art style, your project is now null and void. Like, no! All those hours.
We're also being asked again, so if I want to do a remaster on Sonic City, I don't have to ask Sega. That my friend and I thought we could just do just that. No, you could try to ask Sega, but they probably just won't even respond to you. And lots of people make fan games based on Sonic, provided like you're doing your own stuff. Sega will probably almost certainly leave you alone. They've never bothered people making fan games before.
Upgrade Sonic to HD level.
This project's been in the works for years.
Love to.
And it's I mean. It sounds in bad taste to like toot your own horn, I suppose, but we have some pretty good work on the project. I think like it looks pretty professional. So if you probably have nothing to worry about if you want to remake Sonic CD or anything, or if you want to remake Sonic 2, do whatever you want. You're like, we don't know, like if you tried to make your own Sonic 2 HD, like we wouldn't stop you or even really care, because we couldn't.
I mean, put it this way, I don't necessarily condone making remakes of stuff just because of the fact that, it's not, in my opinion, it's not my right to say, yeah, you can make a remaster of CD. But, I mean, to be honest, unless, Sega were to shut you down on it, it's actually really good. And Sega have actually said themselves that they quite like people, or they're lenient with people recreating their games in order to practice their development skills. And like artists,
like fan games. I don't know if they said specifically remakes, but yeah, Sega. Like, here's the thing: fan games are technically illegal, just like in general. It doesn't matter if you're remaking them or anything. So is fan art, by the way. Like, it's all technically illegal. It's just that the companies are Sega, at least, is very unlikely to do anything about it. Like, they haven't at this point. That's all we said. But
Nintendo would shoot you down.
Yeah, if you want to make your own Sonic fan game, you'll probably be fine. But you should be aware that technically it is legal, and Sega could not just shut it down, but they could actually sue you.
Yeah.
They probably won't though. They haven't.
I was gonna say, in terms of what they'd sue you for, it would probably be like loss of sales for Sonic 2.
I'm not a lawyer, so I wouldn't go into detail.
Well, that's usually what it would be, wouldn't it? Is loss of sales.
I think it's infringing on their copyright is what it would be.
Well, that's kind of the law which you're breaking at that point, is copyright infringement. But in terms of what they would sue you for, it would be
copyright infringement.
Yeah, but not just necessarily copyright infringement. It could be specifically for loss of sales if we were, for example, getting so many people download this that people stopped playing Sonic 2 or stopped buying Sonic 2 on Steam.
Well, potentially. I don't know. I'm not. Neither of us are lawyers, so you shouldn't take what we say too seriously. The only thing that is true is they can sue you if you make a fan game, but they probably won't, because they, as far as I'm aware, they haven't yet. But also, like, sometimes they, like, if a company does sue somebody for making a fan game, they often might not even be allowed to talk about it, so you wouldn't even necessarily hear about it. But regardless, you're probably fine making a fan game of any kind. It's unlikely that you will be. All
I'd say is,
shut down, and even less likely that you'll be sued.
They would probably not sue us. They'll probably just have a quiet word with us and tell us to cease and desist.
Sega's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's just legally they are allowed to do those things if they so chose to. We are at their mercy.
Oh god, I hate this bit. It's the bit where it deviates from 64 pixel blocks.
So it's almost like after hire, they hire fan game creators a lot. They did that with the remasters, Stealth and Christian Whitehead. Then again with Mania, that was like the big one, and then yet again with this Sonic Origins. It was all a bunch of fan game creators working on it. So.
Were they specifically fan game creators, or was it more the mod community reverse engineering it? I'm not entirely too sure on what the backstory is.
I actually know a few of the guys, like personally, I know a few of the guys that worked on that were involved with Origins.
I know a couple of them in terms of I've seen them, like out and about online. Out and about online. Those two phrases don't go together.
Well, one of them. So a few of them were they made the what was it? They were making a remake themselves, actually. What was it Triple Trouble? No. They were remaking one of the Game Gear games. I forget which one it was. It was A Plus Start. He was involved with that one. Poe. Actually,
yep, I've heard of Poe.
For that remake. What?
I've heard of Poe as well.
Yeah, I actually met him in person one time.
Oh damn.
It was at it was some like it was a small like convention thing or whatever, and like the people who were organizing it were like, they're like, any artists want to come to the convention and sell their art and stuff, and I'm like, me. And they're like, oh, okay, sure. You're an artist. You do Sonic 2 HD. That's cool. I did not sell very much there, but yeah, I met him there, and we ended up chatting. But I also actually met Stealth there as well.
You're telling me you didn't sell signed Sonic 2 HD artwork?
Oh, I can't. I left Sonic 2 HD artwork out of it because I couldn't. Can't. Sonic 2 HD artwork. That's something that's just like, no. That's keep that. I keep that far away from anything that is monetized that I do.
So yeah, it applies by the same law, even though it's technically, I don't know, if technically it's like your own art, it's still based on their IP, I guess.
it's mostly out of like the thought, like, cause I don't want, like, when it comes to fan art, like I treat Sonic fan art like personal fan art, like the same as I do any other fan art. When it comes to anything like with fan game related, I feel like just to respect Sega, I need to make sure like I'm not monetizing it in any way.
Music. Sega coming for you.
Sega coming for you? What?
Oh, the music was the drowning theme.
I can't hear the music, so.
Oh, you can't hear it? Oh, yeah, of course.
But that's fine. I prefer not to, because it actually, whenever I'm like talking with somebody, I can get like, I don't know. It's I find it unideal. We have 73 viewers right now. That's a lot of viewers. I can't wait for the finished version. I'm planning on putting it on Steam Deck once more.
Oh, I have seen that.
Deck we saw recently. That's pretty cool. It makes me want to get a Steam Deck.
Yeah, I was gonna say that is the main reason. To be honest, if we could have ported it to Linux ages ago, I did try, but obviously it's not exactly a project which is easily portable to Linux at this time. But I did try porting to Linux and trying to get to run on the Switch. But unfortunately, Switch is not easy to get stuff to run on it without actual access to the SDK.
Yeah, apparently, I think, yeah. I want it on Steam Deck, and then I can pull out a Steam Deck and be like, hey guys, I'm gonna check out this cool game.
Okay, I got a challenge for you, Coral, because I was thinking about this earlier.
Yeah.
Which was, what with this whole Sonic Origins thing, I was sitting there thinking, wouldn't it be so sick to have like a copy of Sonic 2 HD on the Switch, but then even better, signed by the entire team. If we at some point, like if we ever got hired by Sega, or we'll meet up at Sega headquarters and sign a copy of the game, I was just sitting there thinking that would be so sick. But then it led me to think, okay, the Switch cover art for Sonic 2 HD, what would it be? And that's where the challenge comes in. Is I was going to say, do you want to mock something up?
Maybe someday.
Maybe
it's
no.
Not even like an official cover art for Ninja. Maybe a I don't know.
I mean, you could go with like the one which is on our wallpapers of the site, Robotnik looking over Sonic and Tails, like the Sonic 2 movie poster, kind of.
Yeah, that one was Nurkin did his version of that. I like his version because it has the Mecha Sonic in it. Or is he called Silver Sonic? I think people call him Silver Sonic in English, but in Japanese they're just all called Mecha Sonic. Oh, except Metal Sonic apparently. I think he was originally called Mecha Sonic. But, like, I was looking at it because who was it? Andrew. Yeah, Andrew linked the Japanese, like, this article about Origins or whatever, and they called him Metal Sonic there, so I'm like, oh, I was under the impression he was called, I was under the impression he was called Mecha Sonic in Japanese, and that's just what all of them are called, but I guess I was wrong.
I have no idea what he's called. I mean, is Mecha Sonic different from Silver Sonic? Because there's Mecha Sonic I thought was Sonic 3.
Yeah, so here's
Silver Sonic
my
was Sonic 2 one.
And I don't know this for sure, but so from the English perspective, Sonic, you get Metal Sonic in CD, Silver Sonic in Sonic 2, and Mecha Sonic in Sonic 3. But from what I understand, in Japanese, I was under the impression they were just all called Mecha Sonic. But apparently, Metal Sonic is also called Metal Sonic in Japanese. At least today he is. Maybe originally he wasn't. But I think Silver Sonic is also called Mecha Sonic in Japanese, along with Mecha Sonic in Sonic 3.
Everything is canon. He is both. He is Schrodinger's.
Have you guys heard of the Sonic Hysteria fan game being made? I have not.
I have. Do you know what I only realised recently, Coral?
What was that?
Is apparently you're on the test team for Freedom.
Oh. Yeah. Wait, what?
I mean, what?
I know the guy who makes Freedom. I know him as Triple Jazz. So
Yeah.
I guess he's been using his real name now more. But I actually know him. Like I've been chatting with him for like years now, I guess, at this point.
Oh damn. I've been chatting with him for the past couple of days because they put out a thing about C# programmers.
Oh yeah.
And I was just like,
yeah, he was actually working on an indie game. Like he was involved with that, with the indie game that I was doing before the smaller one that I brought you on board to help out with. He was helping out with the bigger one that I eventually realized, okay, this game is way too big. I need to cut down and do something smaller. But he was helping out with that one, and theoretically he'll end up helping out with it again once I switch over and start working on that one again, finishing that bigger one. But no, I've known him for a while.
It's because I've yet to do anything on it, but apparently I'm now on the team for Sonic Freedom as well.
He's really good at animating. Specifically animating Sonic. I was watching, this was years ago at this point, I guess, but there was a stream he was doing, and he just had like this really rough like sketch of Sonic, and then after that he was just drawing just the full Sonic afterwards. I'm like, dude, how are you just drawing like a just complete Sonic just based off of this like barely any, like, it was basically a stick figure thing, and then he was just drawing the full Sonic after that, and he's like, I can literally only do this with Sonic.
Yeah.
So
he's just got a superpower. His superpower is drawing
Sonic.
Sonic.
So much.
That's not brilliant. It goes there, and then up here, and then that completes that loop, which is nice. There's still this loop to go, but more importantly, there is this which I haven't done.
Okay, so according to Anvil, he says, I thought Silver Sonic was Sonic 2 8-bit, and Sonic 2 16-bit, and 3 are both Mecha Sonic. Maybe. I don't know. I think I used to know, but I've forgotten at some point, or got confused at some point.
I'm just having a look through here as well, because I've missed like almost all the chat so far. Unused zones, well, you may do, but at the moment, priorities, get game finished. Then we can add extras. Fan game one of the YouTube videos. 4SD. Ha! You make the Death Egg robot music really rock. I would love to do that. It depends. It depends what the style we go for is. I can't even think of what the Death Egg music is off the top of my head. Curious if Sonic Orca engine will be released publicly. It may be after the game's finished, because the Sonic Orca engine. Because if you think about it, we do have the ability for mod support.
Yes.
So I would assume so. I mean, I can't say for sure because it's not actually my engine, so I don't have rights to just give it away. It's Intel Walker.
The engine is now.
It's not in a good state to be given away at the moment.
Yeah.
When it's done.
Maybe. We'll see. No promises. That's my stance on everything. No promises.
Someone said, want to share a bug, but your Facebook page seems to be private. Yeah, we've realised that in the past couple of days. There has been an issue with the Facebook page, which it has temporarily been taken down due to, I think it's impersonation. Facebook's kind of unintentionally marked it as an impersonation of a Sonic page. So we've had to kind of, yeah. I think someone's talking to Facebook about that and trying to file not a complaint, was it? A reversal. That's it.
That was impersonating somebody or something. I don't know.
Why not make a collision mark of the individual tiles and then print each tile's collision mask over a level? Because for some weird reason we still haven't figured out yet. Oh, I don't know, because I wasn't around at the start of the project. But instead of using tiles like this printed over the collision, we actually use collision vectors.
Yeah.
So in actual fact, what I am using for reference is the tiles printed over the terrain, or like the collision printed over the level. So that's what's on my other screen, which I've been copying from this entire time. Oilation, yes, it is oilation. If it runs good on Steam Deck, want to send footage for a trailer. Well, to be honest, I don't know whether you're going to be able to get footage off the Steam Deck. I don't know what the recording is like, and I don't know whether it really would be any different than a recording on a PC. But by all means, upload it to YouTube so that we can see. I mean, I've seen a video of it running on Steam Deck already, and it runs pretty good according to one guy's setup, but I don't know how they got it set up or what was involved, because I don't know much about the Steam Deck.
I think they were using like Wine or something. I'm actually not 100% sure. I think the Steam Deck, because like a big issue with making like those kinds of systems is that they don't want to use Windows because Windows is expensive. But like every single game that is on Steam is basically Windows. Like it's like 70% of them. So it's like if you want to have a Steam Deck, it's got to be able to run Windows games. So Steam, I think they set up like their own. They made some of their own software or something that can like play like 90% of Windows games on Linux or something. I'm not 100% sure like the details there, but apparently they did something like that. So I assume it's that kind of situation. Maybe, I don't know.
I have not kept up with it at all. So I don't know anything about what's going on with the Steam Deck, apart from it looks pretty good.
It has Wine pre-built and a custom version. Also, do you guys have a Discord server? We do, not like a public one.
I still reckon we should have a public one, but it's just the problem with the public one is we'd have to have someone moderating it, and that takes time.
Honestly, man, as much as I would love this to be finished, I think we reached the point where you guys should just give up. It's been a decade already, and not even 50% of it is done yet. Okay? We're not going to be giving up, though, so... Sonic Picture will have all the stages. It will. Eventually. I don't know when, though.
And also...
How close is Water Ruin to being finished? Very, very close.
What people don't tend to realise as well is that half a decade or so, or it's been going for over a decade, so far that has mainly been getting the engine up and running, getting the editor up and running.
Almost 2 decades. I don't know what this guy's talking about. He's way behind. This project started around like 2007 or so.
But if you put into perspective that for the most part the engine is done. For the most part, I mean, there's still like various things we need to add and tweak in it and all sorts. But for the most part, the engine is actually kind of in a working state that we can actually create levels like we're doing right now. So, for instance, if we can make levels in the editor like we're doing right now, the rest of the levels should come quicker than they did when the framework wasn't up and running.
What zones are you most excited to work on?
I know what zone I'm most excited to work on.
What would that be?
That would be Mystic Cave Zone.
Oh, yeah. That would be interesting.
And as I've already mentioned previously, Mystic Cave Zone is almost at the point of being done in terms of programming.
Oh, if only programming was
So yeah, I mean, there's still artwork to do for it, so it's not anywhere near done yet, but it's kind of a bit further than the state that Oil Ocean is right now. Like, all the collisions done, all the objects are put in. A couple of the objects still need programming, but most of it is there.
The reason the project takes so long to make is because we have, like, obviously it's a fan project. We work on it in our spare time, and additionally to that, like, we don't want to just make like, we're not just trying to make the game. We want to make the best game we can make. So that means it's going to take longer, and that's fine, because well, fine for us anyways, at least, because at least on some level it's primarily just a passion project for us. It's just something we're doing because we like the game and we want to see it being done. We want to see this game in HD, looking as best as it possibly can. So no compromises, but it actually is a little bit, like, very few compromises in a lot of cases. Sometimes I feel bad slightly because we talk to the programmers and we're like, okay, so can we do this thing? And they're like, I don't, maybe. It's a hard thing to do. And we're like, okay, but can you do it anyways?
I wouldn't say that most of it's impossible. It's just
it's not
more work.
There are things where it's like with the special stage and stuff, because we're like,
the special stage, yeah, that's brutal.
All 3D and stuff, and it's like and then we have all these things we want to do with the special stage, and it's like, this is all very complicated stuff. And we're like, but can you do it anyways?
I think one of the things which I mentioned recently was a platform, a crumbly platform, which it's the way it's kind of put together in terms of art is not the same as how it's put together in the original game. So you can't just crumble it into 8 tiles and have done with it.
Yeah, no. We have a million tiles where the original had one.
So programming it is just not the same as programming the original in some cases. If you want it to look good, then there's some things which we've changed. Because imagine, like, you're playing a HD game and you just see a platform fall apart into 8 segments. Like, it just doesn't really sell it to you. It's going to be, clearly not too dissimilar from the original, because we want to keep things roughly the same without giving away any spoilers or anything. It is slightly different than the original, and therefore the programming is different.
Figure 8 Animations asks, would Casino Night Zone take longer than a normal level's dev time because of all the different glowing tiles and different level props, or would it take the same amount of time? It would take the same amount of time as other ones, basically, because the organic levels, like Aquatic Rune Zone, are the ones that would typically take longer to make. This is actually a big reason why it has taken so long for us to get Aquatic Rune Zone done, because doing the more organic stuff is a little bit more complicated. Whereas the less organic stuff, because with most of the levels are after Aquatic Rune Zone they're just metallic stuff, and it's not too difficult to. Well, I mean, it's not too difficult for us, I guess, to make things look metallic and shiny and cool. We're very good at doing that.
From a programmer's perspective, Casino Night Zone is actually a lot easier than other levels as well, just because.
There's not a lot going on.
No, there's not a lot going on in terms of objects. It's mainly just a couple, like, bouncers. I mean, there is stuff like the slot machines to deal with.
Yeah, but that's just like, you just need to put in like the what?
There's nothing like, there's nothing too complex in there.
Yeah, I just got to figure out what are the, what's the word? The Weird. I know the Japanese word for this, but I'm not
What's the Japanese word?
I believe it's like horitsu.
Oh, God, no, I don't know that one.
But the
umami.
Probability. Actually, no. That's quite the Japanese word for it, but it's a similar word. But the probability of the probabilities for like all the different results and stuff, and like what they give you, and I'm actually, even with my limited knowledge, I'm pretty sure I could program the slot machine.
Yeah.
It would definitely take me a lot longer than like if you or any of the other actual programmers did it.
And also, the other thing to take into account with these slot machines is just purely the amount of research into reverse engineering the original. How many rings do you get if you get 2 bars and a Sonic icon?
Well, isn't that one like we have all that information, don't we? Like just online. Like you could just.
Oh yeah, there's probably information online for it, or
like
if not, we would have to reverse engineer it from the assembly.
I'm curious if the
I don't know off the top of my head.
Like some sort of an algorithm. Or because it's an algorithm, then you could either do that and then you don't need to worry about it if you have to figure out what the algorithm is. Alternatively, though, because there's only like there's a finite number of results that you can get. If you just look up what are all the results and what do you get from them, you can just hard code them all and don't need to worry about any of that.
Well, yeah, you could.
What notice the difference because like you get the same results.
You could do it's just making sure that what you've got in code is actually the same as the original. Like, make sure you've got the same amount of rings for getting the same icons as in the original, and you don't miss any. And yeah, that's just the slot machine. I don't know if that's making any sense or not. I'm just getting sidetracked by this zigzaggy bit here. I still find this tile really weird. So, let's just go across those.
I guess animating, recreating it like I do, it takes longer because of all that. Having to make the cycling palettes and such, but I can see why levels like Document take longer. Well, for the cycling palettes and stuff, all you need to do is just, take the piece that cycles through colors, and put it onto its own tile, and then you can just change it in engine. So it's pretty quick. It's pretty quick to set that up. Is this game going to have any other extra stuff like the elemental shields or knuckles? If you look in the files of the last release, there actually are the elemental shields in the game already, technically. They're not used in the game, but like they're coded in, so...
Yeah, I was waiting until you mentioned that first, because I've been having a look at that recently. I started doing the sound effects for the elemental shields for a laugh.
One thing I find funny too is people look at them like, oh, they got the elemental shields and they're already HD, and I'm just like, those are literally, if we actually do put the elemental shields in the game, you're going to make different artwork for them, because that was...
Oh yeah, I did see the artwork for them. I was like, It wasn't the worst artwork in the world, but it's not exactly something which I would say is...
Style.
Yeah.
It was a thing I was doing, because I made those for Sonic 3 HD years ago, and...
Why can't I get this top corner?
I couldn't... I actually think the bubble shield turned out pretty decent.
There's one thing which I don't like about the bubble shield, which is there's just like one thick layer of water which just goes across the entire thing.
Yeah.
On repeat. I mean, it would be...
Well, that's what it does in Sonic 3.
Does it?
Yeah.
I thought it was more see-through in Sonic 3 rather than like an opaque blob which goes across it.
Oh, we could just fix that with a... Well, in the original one, it flashes.
I see. That might be where I'm seeing that effect.
You can... There are ways to get that in HD that don't look weird and aren't flashing. I wouldn't do flashing to recreate that effect.
One thing at least.
Or something like that. Some kind of thing like that. But, yeah, no, the elemental shields are... they're technically already in the game, but whether they're going to actually show up, I don't know. But they're in there. If you know how to mod games or whatever, you can use them in the last release. As for Knuckles,
oh, by the way, just a note, the elemental bubble shield is apparently very broken in code.
Oh, well, I don't know these things.
If you bounce whilst you're underwater, it will send you really fucking high.
Oh, well, that's interesting, because that's like, underwater is like the place where you're supposed
Exactly.
to
You can yeet yourself out the water with a bubble shield. I mean, huh? What programmed?
So volume is low, I think. Turn your volume up, please. I mean, I can't turn it up.
What, Coral's volume?
Apparently it's still low.
Oh yeah, you talk quiet. I could just like turn the music off. Or turn the music down. There you go, try talking.
Okay.
Is that any better?
Is it better now?
I'll turn the music up a bit.
I'm hard at hearing, sorry. Oh, there's no need to apologize.
In that case, couldn't you make the bubble shields jump a bit lower? Yeah, we can. We can fix it. It's just that I didn't code it in the first place.
I think Winterhell coded it.
Huh?
I think Winterhell coded it.
Oh, possibly.
He was the only one, aside from me, on the team that would have had access to the artwork for the shield. Also, it was added before I even joined the team, so there's that too.
I mean, by all means, we could fix it.
Yeah, it could be fixed.
This is just what happens with bugs.
Yeah.
But seeing as I'm not the person who coded it, I don't exactly know where it's broken, so that will probably take me time to look into.
It's low priority. Can we see aquatic ruin zone? No. Have patience. You'll see it. When we're ready to show aquatic ruin zone, we'll probably be releasing like a whole new trailer, and I'm excited for that myself.
Hold up, how far have I got left to go? Because I've just...
I don't know. Looks like you're at the end. You're right at the end there.
I mean, I've got this bit down here, this bit, and this bit.
What engine are you using? Sonic Orcut's custom engine?
I feel like I'm missing something there. I kind of went all the way to the end and then back around.
Sonic 3 HD reminds me of an old shame that I think was replaced pretty quickly, the monitors and fonts. Wait, did you work on Sonic 3 HD?
Old shame that
Were you one of the OG guys? That was years ago.
Sonic 3... Wait, Sonic 3 HD exists?
Well, okay. If you don't know, I used to work on, like, that was the first fan game I ever worked on, and also, like, whenever I got involved in, art in general, was a Sonic 3 HD. It was inspired by Sonic 2 HD, obviously, because I saw the trailer of Sonic 2 HD, like, the first trailer on this channel, and I was like, oh, that's amazing, and I was like, oh, and it's made by fans! That means I can make a game too! And so then I was like, alright, Sonic 3 is the best game, so I'm going to find out if there is a Sonic 3 going on right now, and if there is, I'm going to join it. If not, I'm going to make my own. There was one, and I ended up joining up with those guys, and that's how I got started doing art. I was very bad at that point. I remember the first attempt at remastering a Sprite that I did, and it was bad. I can actually still find it. It was saved on the archive, the Internet Archive. So if you go to that old forum and go back to, I guess, 2010 or so, when you look there, you can see Coral Summer's first attempt at making an HD Sprite. It is bad. It is bad.
I was going to say, is it the one you sent me ages ago? Is it your Sonic 1 style? Oh, no, it was your Sonic 3 style one, I think.
It was, you know what? Let me just find it, and I will share it in the chat. Everybody can see my old shame. I'm curious if, because I don't know how to pronounce your name, Onekone? Onecone? I don't know if I'm supposed to pronounce that, but they apparently worked on this. I'm curious if they actually remember me from that project, because I do remember somebody did do like some monitors, and like that was like all they did. So it might have been them, but I'm curious if they remember me, and maybe if they even remember my first initial attempt at making an HD rendition of a sprite.
Where the hell does this go? It goes straight down. I thought it cut across. It does not. It goes all the way down here, and then all the way across this bit.
Back machine, the Internet Archive. Oh gosh. It was sonic3hd.com.
Wait, hang on. Sonic3hd.com existed?
Yeah, that's the site that we used.
In which case, who owns the domain for that now?
Oh, I don't even know if anybody owns the domain for it, but
someone does. 'Cause I tried grabbing that a while back.
It might still be the same guy.
I was gonna say that's good then, because it means it's somewhat available. I tried grabbing the Sonic 3 domain because obviously it keeps it in line with our other ones.
It's probably the same guy who. Why is the Internet Archive not working the way it used to work? I'm like clicking on because it used to be that you could click on the links to things and it would try to bring you to that page, but now it's like going to the current page, and I'm just like, that's not what I want to do. I want to go to the archive of that page.
Oh my god! I just thought, imagine with the Sonic 2 HD movie, if the Sonic 2 movie. Imagine if, like, for whatever reason, Sega wanted to use Sonic2HD.com for the film and realised that we'd taken it. And I was just like, shit.
Why would they use Sonic 2 HD?
I don't know. They'll probably just use Sonic 2 movie instead or something. But that's the other thing is they could potentially like take down notice just to
stick. Anyways.
Huh?
They could just be like, give it to us anyways, though, because we want it. Oh, here we go. I found it.
It's actually pass-through collisions. That's fine.
You guys want to see the first, or one of the first, anyways. Oh, I guess that one's gone. That's unfortunate. One of the first.
You know, backed up.
HDified sprite that I ever did. I'm gonna save this.
Yeah, do it. I think it's just this little platform down the bottom here to do. I mean, there's curves. In actual fact, for the sake of argument, I'm just going to...
Here's my Sonic 2 HD archive. I one time went through all the old retro forum for Sonic, like that whole page for Sonic 2 HD, and I just saved all of the images that were still up there. So many of them are like, all of the links were deprecated though, so like you couldn't even find all of them, which is sad. Where's my thing?
I'm just trying to figure out if there's anything I've missed. There's this thing, which obviously I need to go around these as well. So there's actually still a fair bit to do, even though I'm right near the end of the main level bit. These things need better collision drawing around them.
Alright, I'm gonna post a link to the first ever attempt at a remastered sprite that I've done. There you go. If you click on there, this is what.
What is this?
This is where I started. So if you.
Oh, that's actually pretty cool. I'll just open it up on the stream.
I literally what I did. See, so I didn't have.
I mean, I know what it is.
What?
I can recognize what it is immediately.
No. I'm gonna explain like what I did. Basically, what I did was I took the. Somebody says, "Oh, it's not that bad. It's pretty bad." What I did was I took the original sprite and I opened it up in
Blurred it.
There's online pixel editor Pixlr, right? I went in there and then I took the blur tool and just kind of blurred a little bit. So, that was like the extent of what I could do back then.
Oh, I just realised Winterhell's here. How long's he been here?
What?
Winterhell's in here. Yeah, hello. We had the domain for something very cheap, but we stopped working on the game and had no use for it. We gave up. Now GoDaddy is hoarding it. Oh, damn. So actually, GoDaddy has the domain. Okay, I did see it. I did see it at like 500 quid or so, or 300 quid. I can't remember how much it was. I remember it was something ridiculously expensive, and I just thought, I wonder if someone's got that and it's saying that it's in use. But I think, yeah, GoDaddy's just holding on to it. That's just dumb. Either way, I've got the Sonic 1 HD one. So that if we ever get around to doing that, it's nicely in line with the other ones. Yes, Engine. Sonic 2 HD movie.
It's so long ago. I'm looking at this forum and it's so like you can go there like onto the Wayback Machine. You can just see young Coral attempting to remake a game, attempting to do art. I could not do art back then, man. And it's funny because I feel like I eventually became I became good enough apparently to join Sonic 2 HD. Let me put it that way, of an artist. But like back when I joined this project, I was not good, and I think I was even worse than like most of the like other people involved in it too. And none of them are like even artists at this point. But I was like, but they were better than me at the time.
I've just seen a comment from someone saying, "Oh, desert aquatic ruin in a nutshell. Path swapper hell. Don't you know it? It's horrible." With the loops, there's like, you know, so many multiple loops and path swaps. That's also because bear in mind I joined the team after demo 2, so that was actually my first experience with path swappers. And
what was your first experience with what?
Path swappers. Layer switches.
Oh.
That was my first experience with them, was Aquatic Ruin, where someone mentioned to me, it was just like, oh yeah, by the way, like, you know, there's layer switches which swap Sonic between different layers and they're used for loops, and good luck. And that was it. I just had to kind of try and figure out what the hell was going on with them. Oh, that was fun. To be honest, though, like, they all seem to be working correctly now. I spent ages trying to figure out how to do something.
Hello, Cyan.
Damn, he's streaming again, yeah. I mean, it's nothing brilliantly exciting, but I've pretty much I've got one last little chunk to do of Oil Ocean there, and then I've got to fill in all the curves, like around the edges of things.
The collision is done on Oil Ocean. Maybe. Wait, is it done? Actually, after that, yeah?
Nearly.
Okay.
Most of it. I've got to do, yeah, the curves, if I just turn this back on. So anywhere where there's one of these curved slopes, I've got to do those. Anywhere which has one of these, I've got to take off these top 2 and replace it with the right collision. So I can actually, I thought you weren't doing a part 2. I wasn't expecting to do a part 2. I thought I was literally just going to finish it off stream, but I've been doing other stuff off stream. And then I just decided to stream today because I felt like it. And I thought, well, what can I stream without spoiling anything? I was like, well, I can just continue doing Oil Ocean.
A big issue why we haven't been doing a lot of updates is because we really want to like have surprises for when we make the next release, and we're pretty much getting up to a point where like that's going to be happening soon, but there's still a lot to be done, so it's like we can't show stuff, because if we showed stuff, it would spoil everything, and we don't want to do that, because it's more exciting to let people discover what the next demo has for themselves rather than telling them everything that's there.
So
I'm really excited for that. I can't wait to see.
I am as much as people right now. I know exactly what the first response is going to be. It's going to be like, "Oh, the game still isn't done." That'll be that'll be the first response.
Maybe I know the second one. I know there are some responses I know that we're gonna get, but saying what those responses would be spoilers. So
you already spoiled things in 2020. To be honest, I don't think there is really a hell of a lot to be spoiled because it's the original game. It was all spoiled in 1992 or whatever.
Well, you already spoiled things in 2020.
Next there might be.
Let me tell you, there's a lot that we haven't shown.
I think.
But don't expect too much though. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised when you see the thing. But don't expect too much.
But what I'd say
before or after the release of Sonic Origins, definitely after.
Yeah, it'll be afterwards, and also we wouldn't want to time a release with Sonic Origins release because that's just a bit of a douche thing to do anyway.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, no. Any Sonic Origins and Sonic 2 HD we wouldn't want to interfere with any of that. So everything will be a good deal. There'll be a good deal separate no matter what. But hey, Sonic 2 HD team, really excited for this project, regardless of how long it takes. I just wish people would understand you have jobs and that you are only doing this via your free time. Thank you. Well, thank you.
I was gonna say we are only human at the end of the day.
Well, I'm not only human, but the rest of the team is, yes.
Okay.
How many zones will be playable?
At least 11.
Well, that's in the final game. In the next demo, the only zones that will be playable are Emerald Hill Zone, Chemical Plant Zone, Aquatic Ruin Zone, and Hilltop.
And soon after, Oil Ocean Zone, because we are making good progress on it.
It's too bad there's no artwork for it. It's going to be a while.
Yeah.
We'll go.
Last section. Okay.
One thing, like I look at like the original, and the background, has like it's just like the silhouette thing, and I feel like the big temptation is to make it like not a silhouette, but I feel like that would like lose the character. So we'll probably still have like that silhouette thing going on, but it'll probably still also have more way more detail. We'll see.
Right.
We'll see once we get there.
Can you spot anything which I've missed?
The surprise is there is no surprises.
That is the surprise. Oh, hold up. What's this thing up here? There's a tank. There is a tank up here, which I don't think I've got. This bit as well. That's confusing me. Oh, that does actually overlay properly.
I am surprised people something as I wonder whenever people I thought this game was canceled, so I'm wondering if they're like thinking it from like all the way back in 2011, or if they think it got canceled like after we had the last demo.
Yeah, I don't know when people expect it to have been cancelled. I mean, I know it did at one point, like, before I was born.
For a while it was cancelled, but it hasn't been for another while after that.
But you'd think at that point people would have at least seen some news of it since. But it's almost like people haven't seen news on it in 7 years or so. I'm going, oh my god, it's still alive. And it's just like, but have you not seen any social media posts on it at all in the past 7 years? Like, I know that we're slow on updates, but we do post stuff every now and again.
We do things eventually. I just feel like at this point, as far as updates go, because we've gone so long without giving too many. Like we should just power through, get the demo done, and then just give the biggest update imaginable.
I agree, but also at the same time, I do think we need to be a little bit more proactive in at least putting a post out saying we're still alive.
Maybe.
Things are still progressing. We're still alive. Don't worry. But then again...
Metropolis Zone supposed to be released with Demo 2.0, but was scrapped. No?
Wait, Metropolis Zone? Oh no, what? Just because the background was there?
Metropolis Zone was never intended to be released with Demo 2.0, so...
No. No, it's just the background was in the game. That's what he's referring to. And same with Casino Night, the background was there. Metropolis just had the collision done. This might be loud, actually. Hold up, let me just...
One post per year, it's a safe assumption that the project is dead, to be honest. Why is that a safe assumption?
The safe assumption when you're watching
Especially
the stream of
considering
the project very much
every
alive.
time we do post updates, we're like, yeah, no, the project, there is stuff going on, and it's not going to die anytime soon.
Oh, cool. No, the volume's down. That's all good.
If the project is dead, we will announce that the project is dead.
Yeah.
Project progress is just slow, that's all.
Short interlude before I get a beer and then start to... Yeah, that's broken as hell.
I love everything we've done for the project. It's so great. We've done some good stuff.
Oh, these are the collapsing platforms I was on about, Coral, or one of the collapsing platforms. Is the fact that they collapse in tiles. I mean, the order's slightly wrong on that. But they do collapse.
Like the end in...
Oh, that's the invisible collision for this bridge.
Wait, you
That.
What?
What?
When is Coral going to do another 13-hour stream? I'm going to do another 13... I don't know if I'll ever do another 13-hour stream, but I'll do another 13-hour stream once my work outside of the project is... Like I was talking about it earlier, like once I have indie games done, and then I can be like, yeah, I can spend
They're all going out of sync.
time away from indie games that and stuff. Yeah.
Did I code these? No, I haven't coded these yet. Yeah, this is what I mean about Mystic Cave, though, is in terms of, I mean, there's like switches and stuff which haven't been programmed yet, and the bridges, and the flashes, and this spiky swing bridge, which is based on swinging platforms, that's fine. But these platforms, I spent ages and ages putting those platforms in pixel perfect. Oh, and also, yeah, these things are there. So in terms of progress for future levels, yeah, we've got artwork to do.
That's
But
the main work.
Huh?
That's the main work. That's the big thing.
Yeah, I mean, these things need to possibly speed up or slow down. These are things which I need to check in the assembly code. Is are these going the right speed and sorts? These mashes need to move, but they need to move a certain height, certain speed. All things I need to check and code. But it's relatively easy stuff in this level. That thing, don't ask what's going on with him. He's drunk. He kind of works, but he's yeah. He moves horizontally and then vertically. He doesn't move in like both directions.
Have you found a composer for Act 2 music and cartoon Act 2? Yeah, it's the same as the composer for Act 1. He was doing some, he had something. And I thought, yo, that's awesome.
Oh, this needs to
I
move.
love that. But I guess everyone else didn't love it, so now he's doing something else. Which disappoints me because it was like my favorite. It would have been my favorite track in the game, but.
There's also a clear issue with this as well, Coral, which I've realised. I don't know if you can hear the sound effects on stream.
Well, I have the stream muted because then I'd hear you twice, and also I'd hear me, and it'd get confusing.
But there's a slight audio glitch with these. But yeah, this is I took it off stream for a sec so that you can see it. But there's one of the shields. Hold up.
You guys have been working on this for so long. After it's actually amazing how far you guys have come.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah, the fire one is interesting. One weird thing which I found about the fire one is I think I'm not too sure, but when you if you like, you know, use the fire attack mid-air, the attack sort of thing, doesn't it go into more of a fireball shape?
Yeah.
Which I don't think this one does yet.
Hold on a second. Did they put the fire shield onto like an additive blend mode? That looks cool.
Yeah. I don't know, ask me to tell who's in the chat.
It's supposed to go behind Sonic though, like whenever he loops around. So.
Also, yeah,
Going in front of him, so it's technically wrong, but
the audio is
I like that it's not
set up on
just like a solid overlay thing. It's like pointing it on. That wasn't what I was thinking whenever I made it. I didn't, man. Back when I made those, it was like there was a lot of things I did not know.
Yeah, this one. This is the one which I find a bit strange. I mean,
Did a levels programming before the art? Would you release a demo that uses the format for it? No. There's not really much of a point, especially with Origins coming out, to release non-HD of the levels. The original Sonic 2 HD already exists. Or not 2 HD, the original Sonic 2 already exists, so...
oh, that's a bug.
What?
If you bounce onto a spring and then land,
Oh, he just bounce.
yeah, it still thinks you're in midair because you haven't landed yet.
I mean, that's what it looks like in Sonic 3, so... Yeah, look up Sonic 3 HD. You'll find it. It was very old. I guess.
That's the end of Shield fun. Oh, who recognises this bit?
Winter helped put the elemental shields into Sonic 3. It's invincibility.
Wait, hold up. Are we getting to the party pit?
The what?
The party pit. Here's the party pit.
The party bit?
The party pit.
What are you talking? You mean the hole?
Yeah, Hidden Palace Zone.
The one where if you're supersonic, the game just tells you to sit there and chill for...
Oh, it's Hidden Palace Zone down there.
Yeah, hop down.
Huh?
Hop down.
No, it's actually just the bottom of the level. We may put Hidden Palace Zone in at some point in the future. Right now... Oh, that's weird. That spring's on the wrong layer. Oh, also, did you notice this block actually appears here in the original game? There's like one of these blocks here, but it's hidden behind this railing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've seen that. It's weird.
But that spring, that's on a weird layer. That's like in the background layer. How odd.
50 seconds? It's 10 minutes.
What's 10 minutes?
You have to sit and wait for Supersonic to die for 10
Ooh.
minutes. I think it's fantastic.
So is that spring.
It's really funny to me.
It's either on the wrong layer or it's got a weird layer mask on it.
Are you going to work on an iMac version or not? Probably. Maybe. That spring exists.
Yeah.
Or if you have supersonic, that you have to wait for 10 minutes.
Currently, there's no boss.
The hole in Mystic Cave is specifically just a screw you to supersonic. Because with normal Sonic, you can just kill yourself. With supersonic, nope, you gotta sit there and wait. Oh wait, actually no, because I guess you do run out of rings. Oh well. Well, oh wait, my issue is I always have a ton of rings.
Oh, what, so you just get stuck down the hole forever?
Yeah.
Or nearly forever? Don't think... It's not possible to get enough rings to time out down there, is it? Unless you've already timed out, or you've already run the timer
You
up.
have to get a lot of rings. You'd probably only have like 100 or so rings. So
Plus you'd have to run the timer up.
It would take a bit of time, but it's not as bad as I was thinking for some reason. Will you leave in the waiting? What? Will you leave the waiting in the pit? God, I hope so.
What, leaving the pit as it is?
Just leave the pit as it is. Make Supersonic have to sit there and chill.
It has to be HD.
For however long. The amount of waiting you have to do is directly proportional to how good at the game you are.
It's picks from Century. Oh.
The whole level has 200.
Yeah, Metropolis has a collision there. Is Coral going to do another 13-hour stream?
Yeah. Alright, that's not as bad as I was thinking. It still is a while though.
I can't remember what it was.
Will you guys do something similar?
I said 5 minutes ago we need to ask Wintel about.
4.6 minutes.
It's a fun bug, leave it in. I don't know what bug that was. Oh, is the jumping in a pit and not having invisible collision on the pit.
We'll make it worse by removing the spikes. Then even normal Sonic has to wait.
Will you guys do something similar for Sonic the Hedgehog 1? Will you guys just like...
I really don't understand like that pit. Like, why didn't they just make it a bottomless pit and like make Sonic die when he goes down there?
Oh damn! Wintel's actually counted. Oh, you probably just looked on the Sonic Zone 0. How many rings there are? Maybe 4.6 minutes.
How much do you have left for Oil Ocean Zone here?
We've got the curves. We've done most of the collision. We've just got these curves to do, which is pretty much a copy-paste job across all the curves. And then we've got these little burner lids, which is also a copy-paste job. The only problem is the curves have to be drawn somewhat manually. So they're a pain in the arse to do whilst you're doing everything else as well. Okay. And the other thing is these burner lids, yet again, they're like 32 pixel. For some weird reason, they've deviated from 64 pixel collision, and they've gone down to 32 pixels, so I can't snap for those. Pretty much like what this bit does. It goes 32 pixels in rather than a full 64. So there's no pixel snapping. What fun glitch meant? Bubble shield would bounce after jumping on a spring. I don't know. I think it should be fixed. It doesn't seem anything like the original. In that sense, it would be cool, but I don't know. There's drop dash and stuff for that. Anyway, I'm gonna go grab a beer. I will be back in a couple of minutes.
What are you doing?
Maybe a quick beer and a smoke, and then I'll be back.
By the way, for some reason your microphone has gotten like weird and tinny recently. I don't know what that's about, but I felt like I should maybe mention it.
What did you say? Did you say something?
Well, I can't. I don't know what you said.
Oh, I said I'm gonna go grab a beer and quickly have a smoke.
Oh, okay.
Be back to do the rest of the collision. So talk to your heart's content. I'll be back in a sec.
Yeah. All right, guys. I guess it's just you and me now. Unless he's doing something. Oh shoot! I just got spilled water all over myself. I need to get food. I've eaten 2 soft pretzels today. They were pretty good. But I need to eat more food. I overslept today, sadly. I'll try and be quick. Why aren't you a mod? I'm gonna make you a mod. Because it makes it look like you're... Add a moderator there. Now your name is blue. Well, never mind, no it's not. The spring on screen, can it be activated in the original? It always confused me. I'm not sure. I think so. I feel like if you slide up onto it, my other account is a mod. Well, this one's a mod now too. I just think it makes, like, because if somebody from the team is, you know, posts in the chat, it's a little bit clearer that they're somebody from the team if they're a mod. So, yeah. You have to roll into it. Yeah, I thought that's what you had to do with it. Just roll into it. Man, there's been a lot of viewers for this stream. Because lower one you have to push in, so I'm not sure if it can be pushed in before falling off. I'm pretty sure if you, like, whenever you roll into it, it does get pushed in the original game, but I'm not 100% sure because it's been a while since I've played it. It's been a while since I've played Sonic 2 HD as well. Yeah. We need more. All right. I'll get Sonic Origins and then I'll play and compare it to that one. Actually, probably not because there's some differences. Like, they're very minor, but there are like a handful of differences between the Taxman remakes, Christian Whitehead's remakes, and the original games. They're really minor though, but it's interesting to make note of them. I'm not complaining, but it's frankly insane this project has been going on for 10 years. I honestly agree with you. It is a very long time. I'm especially impressed, like, because there's a few people that have been here for basically the entire time, and they still contribute. And I'm like, wild. I remember years ago, there's this guy I knew, and he had this project that he was working on, and he'd been working on it for like 13 years or something, and I was just like, Jesus, that is a long time to be working on a game. Yeah. Maybe after this we can go through some assembly code and see how fun that is. Oh boy. Moontoon says hi. Hi. It's actually something with like a lot of like fan games, but indie games too. Like if you ever talk with people that make indie games, ask them how long have you been working on this game, and they always give you some like really long, ridiculous number. And then if you ask them like how are you almost finished, and they always get a little bit sad. You can see the joy leave their eyes when you ask that question. It makes me like, no data. Wait, what? Oh no. Oh, there it goes. It's back. Okay. It makes me like this is a big thing that guy had. Like, I don't, with
especially with indie games. With this game, I'm a little bit more okay with it, but I don't want to work on it for literally decades. Like, I don't want, like, 10 years from now to still be working on it. Making it so my grandkids can enjoy it. Yeah. But especially with, like, indie games and stuff, like the indie games that I'm working on, I don't want to be the person who has this indie game and people ask me, how long have you been making it? And I say 10 years. First of all, I don't want to say 10 years because that's just a long time. And I don't want to be like, oh, and it's not even close to being finished despite that. So, because that's just, it's just depressing, I feel, because, like, it feels like you're going nowhere, but that's, I don't know, that's just, like, the nature of games, and it's difficult to explain to people that haven't worked on games just why it takes so long, and why it's like you can work on what seems like it should be a small game for 10 years and still not even be close to being finished with it. Granted, Sonic 2 HD isn't really that small of a game, but like there's you know, like there are other games, like I've talked to people that they've been working on, and it's like they describe the game to you and it's like, oh, this game sounds like it's relatively simple, and then it's like they're like, I've been working on it for 10 years rather, and I'm not even close to being finished. And like if you've never worked on a game before, it just sounds like it's difficult to understand how, like, they can be working on it for 10 years and the game being relatively small and them seemingly making no progress on it. Granted, with Sonic 2 HD, we've definitely made a lot of progress on it, but it is still not very close to being finished. I think the big thing, though, that a lot of people, especially people that don't make games, I think don't understand is games are a lot bigger than they sound like they are. And this is a big thing whenever you're making a game. Whenever you consider scope, you have to think this is going to take significantly longer than I think it will. Like, significantly longer. Even if I simplify it and make it into this, like, really small game, it's still, like, 10 times bigger than I think it is. I think something people don't realize, the high fidelity art is one of the biggest hurdles here. High fidelity art takes a lot of time. Yeah, that's a big issue I've had with like other projects outside of this. Is that I often start projects and I think to myself, okay, I'm going to keep things simple here, but then I'm like, okay, but I don't want things to be too simple, because it's, you know, I want people to be impressed. Audio is so quiet. I'm not sure.
There you go. I pumped it.
You pumped it.
Well, I pumped the music.
You pumped the music?
Yes.
I think that means my voice, maybe. I'm not sure.
Oh, it might be your voice. Maybe you're talking quietly again. So, also, one of the other things which takes absolutely ages is if I open this up. So, you got some disassemblies here. And the Sonic 2 disassembly, I've shown this before, I think. If I open that up in Notepad, you can see that the Sonic 2 disassembly is...
That doesn't actually look as bad as I thought it was going to look. It doesn't look as bad as I thought it was going to look, but it is still, like...
90,000 lines. 90,000 lines for the Sonic 2 disassembly. And, yeah, this is the bit which I really don't like, general, because everything which is done has to be done to what this does in order for it to be accurate. So this is the bit which people like Windhell and Amy are really good at, and I really don't like. I can sit here for hours. Like, for instance, if we go to sorry, I just hit the mic. if we go to the Wisp from ARZ, the little fly badnik from Democratic Ruin Zone. Yeah, that's all Wisp code.
That's a lot of code.
And
a lot of code. I wouldn't expect that.
It's not necessarily a lot of code, but it's horribly written in terms of it's in assembly. So you can see some bits here have got like already named, some people have already named it, like get orientation to player. And then you clear some status flag.
What language was the original game? What was it that they...
Motorola 68K or 68,000 processor. And there isn't much documentation for it. I mean, there's a website which kind of roughly explains it, but some of the commands I don't think are really on there. So it's a little bit of a pain. But yeah, then test D0 and then branch if equal to something. So you test D0 and then if something's equal to D0, you then branch to this bit of code. Otherwise you set a status flag. And then once you're there, move. Oh, this syntax really confuses the hell out of me.
What is it?
This bit. It's basically move something into D2. Move something into D2, but then it's word. Oh, I guess it's that. But then does that move -10 into D2, and then that moves 10?
Apparently, I believe it is me that is too quiet.
Yeah. I don't know what else to do on my end, to be honest. I've got you maxed. Okay, I can't max you anymore in Discord, I don't think.
How about now?
Have you put your mic sensitivity all the way up?
It was all the way up.
Oh.
How about now? Is it better now or worse?
I mean, I could do the thing where I just turn down the music a tad again, so that you're more audible.
Yeah.
Or, I wonder if I can turn desktop audio up. There you go. You should be louder now.
You should be able to do that.
Yeah. If I turn the music down, turn desktop audio up.
Like,
cool.
He needs a new mic. I do need a new mic. Maybe. Well, actually, let me see something real quick.
So, just a thing here. That's the entire disassembly for Sonic 2. I mean, there's all this stuff as well.
My microphone is right next to my face, so I can't get any closer to it.
But then you've got in here, you've got binary files, which have got the level layouts. It's got these are where we get object positions from. They're all encoded into these binary files, which you need to figure out as well. They're actually the format for them is on Sonic Retro, and same here for the ring positions. So those all need to be pulled out of there. The collision we don't actually use because I've been referencing the collision overlaid in Photoshop and drawing that on manually. So that's where the collision comes from. Well, that's all compressed in various bin files, in which case we end up doing our own anyway. At the moment we put placeholder sprites in.
Music is too quiet now, they say.
Oh my There you go.
Alright. I'm glad that people are saying this though, because like the worst part is when people say nothing and then you look back at the stream and you realize that everything is...
Start positions of Sonic, Tails and Knuckles, for example, are all in these files. So start positions are in there. But that's for Sonic 2. If you go into Sonic 1 disassembly, it changes it up a bit because there's no one long 90,000 file. You've then got include objects. So these are all the Sonic 1 objects. And some extra functionality down the bottom there for like calculating sign and all that.
Hold on real quick. Is the audio stuff fine? Yes or no?
Should be now.
Gotta see what the chat says. They know better than us probably. Still nobody's saying anything, so I don't know. I guess go on if you were talking
Yeah.
about.
Basically, Sonic 1, there's a whole load of objects as well, which if we ever get around to
It's a
sorting
better
out,
music should be
we'll do
lower
that.
though.
Obviously Sonic CD's probably got its own. They're all kind of they're really somewhere. I don't know where they are. Sonic CD. I've never looked into Sonic CD
Okay, apparently
objects.
the music is too loud and it drowns out the quieter person, so I guess it drowns out me.
Yeah, that's why I turned it down originally. And then yeah, Sonic and 3 disassembly. I don't know where it is. Is it under levels? I don't know. There's just a whole lot of stuff in Sonic 3.
Yeah,
The
I
idea
guess
is
I-
there is a lot of
I
stuff
think
in the
it's the
disassemblies.
microphone.
A lot of stuff in disassemblies and a lot of stuff to reverse engineer and try and figure out exactly what it's doing, because I understand this bit where people have commented it. I don't really understand the assembly code itself too well, and it's something which I desperately need to learn because it will help make things a lot more. I mean, I could try and figure this out. It would probably take me like a good hour or so to try and figure out this. And even then, there's the uncertainty of, is that actually correct? And if it isn't correct, then it won't be the same as it is in the original. So that's also one of the reasons why everything is so damn slow. Levels though, levels are good. You can visually see if it's correct or not. And you can visually add the collision in the editor. That's all fine. Anyway, these slopes, let's go all the way back to the beginning of Act 1, where we have some examples of these slopes up. So now we've just got to go and find every instance of a left-hand slope. So that's a right-hand slope, and that's a larger slope, I think. Why have we got Mario Galaxy music? You can't play that, we'll get taken out by Nintendo. Hyper Potions though. Hyper Potions is good. Well, that's fun. This is the bit I hate. Where has that? It's pasted it over the top of the last one. It hasn't pasted it over the top of the last one. Oh my god.
What was that?
I've moved some collision.
Can't you undo it?
No, there's no undo functionality yet. There's no history for it.
Okay.
It's one of the things about collision is we currently don't have a history thing in place for moving collision and objects. Oh, it's something which we could code in, but coding it takes time. When you could...
It's Mario music now?
It's what?
The music playing is Mario music?
Gosh. Yeah, you're right. It's the file select from Mario game. There you go.
I feel like I'd be cautious with that one because Nintendo seems like the type.
That's
to,
what I was saying a
be
second ago.
unfair.
Okay, can I like paste that over here, please? Where is it pasting it? Ah, it is pasting it. It's just pasting it down here. Okay.
Nintendo had the complete rights to Sonic the Hedgehog. This project would be over.
Yes. 100%.
We would not exist anymore. What is going on?
What do you mean? What's going on?
Oh my gosh.
That is slightly off. That's fine. Let's save that. There's some really weird stuff which happens when you copy and paste collision, and also really weird stuff which happens when you reload.
I wish they did. Then we could get consistently good games. I very much do not want Nintendo to own Sonic, like at all. It'd be very bad. Sega's ownership is fantastic. Because Sega's cool and lets us make fan games. While Nintendo don't, as they say.
This is... Oh, that's fine. I'm okay with that one bit of collision being a pixel out.
Also, if Nintendo owned Sonic, Sonic wouldn't be released on PC anymore, and that would upset me. Because I like to play games on the PC.
Okay, knowing full well this is going to... Oh, it's pasted it there now. This is one thing I don't like about copying and pasting collision, is the fact that it tends to paste it in really weird places. And also, have you noticed that collision's now gone invisible? It's technically there, but the line isn't. So
I haven't, but I'll take your word for it.
So you know what that means? That means we've got to reopen the map again.
I didn't know that's what that meant, but I do now.
Yeah, this is like the bit I don't like about this editor. It's the sort of thing which, this is what we need to fix before we'd release the editor and the framework. And it's also one of the things which I guess slows down things, but it doesn't usually slow down things massively.
The thing about Sega is they've supported the PC platform long before they had the Dreamcast, i.e. they didn't wait for their console to die before moving over. Oh, that's cool. I wish more. That is actually a trend. Like a lot of games that were previously exclusive to consoles are now coming over to PC. But basically every Xbox game you can play on PC now, which just makes me be like, why would I get an Xbox? I can just play it all on PC anyways. Well, not my current PC. Well, kind of actually. Depends on the game. I have a pretty good graphics card though, so I could play most Xbox games.
I got a new laptop the other day because I haven't had a laptop in years. I've been a desktop guy for years, but then the reason which I got a laptop was just because I don't like sitting at my PC like all the time. I like being able to get up and move around, and you know.
Yeah, I want to get the next system. I'm probably going to get before I get replace this one. Maybe depends on how things work out. I want to get instead of not a laptop, but I want to build a small form factor PC.
There's one which is online, Gigabyte G5. This isn't a sponsorship, but Gigabyte G5. 3060 graphics card in a laptop for 800 quid, £800.
Nice. I have a 3070 in my current desktop, which is, it's so nice because I had the 3070, or not 3070, I had the 750 before in my system.
Oh, 750 Ti, yeah, I know the one.
It wasn't the Ti, but it was one that had 2 gigabytes, so it's actually really difficult to find out how my old one compares to everything, but compared to the 3070, it was not very good. So, once I put the 3070 into my system and got everything set up and it was working, because I had to update. Sadly, I had to update my computer to Windows 10.
Windows 10 isn't actually too bad.
Windows 10's okay. It's just I like Windows 7 more.
I don't know, I've got used to Windows 10. Oh my god, that collision's gone invisible again. Yeah.
Windows 11 I don't like. I don't know what they're doing there, but it upsets me. I'm gonna probably do the same thing I did with Windows 7 and basically keep Windows 10. Just keep Windows 10 for 20 years or whatever. Is the 3090 Ti any good? I mean, yes, but it's also extremely expensive.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm
still on 7, by the way. Yeah, I wish I was still on 7, but technology. The 3070 was more promising because now I have the 3070 and stuff, and I can pop open Blender, and I can it renders things so quickly now. It's fantastic. I love it so much, and it lets me use 3D more than I really could before. Before it would be it would take 2 hours. Now, and this isn't even an exaggeration. Now it's a minute at most. But before it was 2 hours. And it's That is an insane time reduction. And so it just makes like whenever like if I want to like use 3D, it's not like oh, it's gonna be a whole ordeal. It's like, no, it's just like just make the thing and then click the render button and then I've got it and I'm done.
Yep. My desktop PC's got a 3070 Ti. That's weird. Why is that so badly off?
If you can wait.
Oh no, it isn't. It's just because that's why.
4080 for 1/3 the price and be faster and more efficient. Maybe. It's still, I would. A big thing with graphics, are they still like unavailable? I got mine whenever they were like still really difficult to get. Like I literally went to Best Buy and waited outside the Best Buy like overnight with a whole bunch of other people, and we were not. When we arrived there, we weren't even because I went there with a friend of mine. We weren't even 100% sure if we were going to be able to, if they were going to actually have a graphics card for us. But they did. I got the one I wanted because I wanted the 3070, and I said they came up to me in the line because they gave us like they had like little printouts and they went to everybody in the line. They're like, okay, what one do you want? And then you take your little printout that you have, and that's the one that you get. You give it to them whenever you go inside and say, okay, 3070, we'll get you a 3070. And yeah, whenever they got to me in line, they still had some 3070s, and I was like, sweet, that's what I wanted, give me a 3070. Yeah, still above MSRP. Yeah, just like especially since they're falling right now, the best option is to wait because you might, if you get them now, then you know, unless you like can't wait for whatever reason, but. Yeah, it's they're going down. See with the RTX 4080, so because of how much people are willing to spend on graphics cards, I am like 100% certain that Nvidia's like MSRP for the 400 series is going to be way higher than it was for the 3000 series.
Especially because they've got the whole chip shortage thing going on.
Yeah, MSRP. Yeah, but RTX 3080, RTX 3090 Ti is like insanely expensive. So its MSRP is already just ridiculous, and it's barely any better than the just the regular 3090. The Ti, 3090 Ti.
I hate when this happens. I've just scrolled out and lost where I was.
I don't play many new games on PC, so like 1070 is enough for me.
It's 2 here.
I was actually initially planning to get like a 1070 or something like that, but because like all the graphics cards were unavailable and stuff, I was like, look, if I'm going to spend $500 on a graphics card, then I'm going to get one of the new graphics cards. I refused to spend any more than MSRP, and I didn't, but I did spend like 12 hours waiting outside Best Buy, so I guess it's a matter of, well, I mean, I don't even know if that's a thing anymore, but now you just might as well wait until they see if like they do end up reaching MSRP again.
Now we go again, but with the right-hand side.
If you're not playing, like for me, I got mine because I wanted to do like more stuff with like art and everything, and like 3D stuff. So it wasn't for playing because I don't play very many games. I'm saving for like 3070 since I want to put in stuff like ray tracing. Nice. Yeah, 3070 is pretty nice. I feel like, yeah, 3070 is if you're making stuff and you're not like if you're like a full-on like 3D artist, like professional doing things, then like you could probably go higher than that or get one of the professional cards or something. Though the professional cards are even more ridiculously expensive than the gaming ones. But like if you're doing but if you're not like doing that, like then 3070 is a pretty good one to go for. No, Winter Hell can't. The option to wait outside Best Buy, I guess, isn't even available to you, or wasn't. I don't even know if it's still like an option anymore. Because I think like right after I did it, like it stopped being a thing, and they just never did it again. So I basically like I got super like lucky. How much oil Ocean Act 1 is done? The collision. That's all. Nothing else.
Technically,
Yeah.
not. The what's it called? Those ball launcher things are kind of done.
Aren't
might need
they
tweaking though.
ball launchers?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess the program for some of the objects is done too. None of the artwork is done.
Wait.
So.
No. I mean the these things. I started coding those up. You know, the things which shoot you.
Yeah, those. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. I got you.
Yeah, nothing else relies on them in Sonic 2. I just decided to do this.
Isn't everything like priced like really like even higher in Bulgaria, or is it cheaper? I remember you said something about that Winter Hell at one point, and I can't remember if it was that like it was cheaper there or more expensive. More expensive? Okay, yeah. I guess in that case, it's like anything even higher than a 3070 is just like the cost. Because a 3070 is probably would already be overpriced. Man, 10-20% extra. Yeah, sometimes I see like the prices of things in other countries, and I'm just like, man, I'm glad I'm here in America. For like computer parts.
Oh my god, it is.
But also in other countries they have better internet. Like you're streaming at 20,475 kilobytes per second. I could never do that here.
I have a question. I think I might have asked this before.
Hmm.
Which is a question for Winterhell, is how have you ever had experience in doing level wrap?
It's weird because the cost of living and the electronics are high. Interesting.
Ah, you've done level wrap.
Yeah, I've done level
In which
wrapping.
case,
Do
do you mind if? Yeah, do you mind if I ask you some? I mean, not right now, but do you mind if I ask you some questions on Discord about level wrap? Because I have got myself in a right confused state trying to do level wrap. It's 90% done, but there's some really weird bugs, and I can't figure out where the hell they are. And also, there's some really weird stuff going on with trying to do level wrap on the foreground, whilst also having a parallax background to level wrap on as well, and trying to get that to loop at the right time. There was something in the code about looping on the X and Y for backgrounds. For example, backgrounds can loop on the X-axis repeatedly regardless of parallax, but I can't seem to get... What I want to do is basically get a square region, for example, in the level, which you can loop over. So, like, in Angel Island Zone, you've got that airship bombing section where the screen loops repeatedly. That's what I'm trying to do. So it's somewhere between, like, doing a strange kind of modulus operation on a small square in the middle of the screen, whilst also taking into account background layers and all sorts. Yeah, I implemented most of it, and then I've literally spent like 5 hours in a stream trying to figure out where the hell like bugs were happening, and I just ended up either going backwards on myself and breaking more things, or just not making any headway at all on it.
Average view duration is 3 minutes and 34 seconds. That's not very long.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, like, I'm just drawing collision and putting it in place.
Like, what is considered good for view duration for streams? Chill Silverheady says hello. Hello. Dog Scratch says, ahoy lads. I just want to say that I'm so happy you guys are still working on this project. I've been a fan ever since I found out about it years ago. I'm glad it's still going on too. And I've been a fan since 2011 myself.
The original horizontal wrap is just like 2 screens width worth, and it keeps teleporting you back. Yes. However, I need to up that to 3. Because you can also go backwards. We don't start at 0. I mean, like most things, you start at 0. But let's say it was a like Chrome Gadget, the multiplayer stage, where you can actually go backwards at the start, and it doesn't. Same principle applies. Yep. I've got that far. There's some really weird stuff with how I'm applying maths to the rows, though. I'll show you a example in a sec. Because I actually have... Oh, hang on. I think I've disabled it, actually, temporarily. It's going to be on a separate branch. Actually, legitimately, you can just click on... my channel. There is literally a video on this channel, on this Sonic 1 HD channel, which I demonstrated what's it, Chrome Gadget level wrap. And also this bit looks wrong. Hold up, let me pull up Photoshop. I need to double check this section, because I'm pretty sure all of these sections... Where am I? Down. All these sections have some sort of where you can jump up. Nope, that is actually correct. Interesting. This bottom one you can't go up through. These ones you can. That's new.
I'm happy to finish F2HD is my favorite game. Nice. Do you think Sega will ever publish fan games? Well, no, because if they published a fan game, it wouldn't be a fan game. Mania isn't a fan game. As for the background scrolling, how about you have a value that counts? How many times you wrapped and adjust the background scroll by that amount? Mania was not a fan game, it was commissioned just like Sonic 3D, Sonic R, Sonic Boom, Sonic Boom, etc. Yep. Very accurate. Very accurate. It was just a game made by fans, which, to be fair, technically a fan game is a game made by fans, but there's the implication that fan games are also, like, you know, not official, so. Do you think there will be a Sonic Adventure 3? I have no idea. Maybe.
Is that another one? Oh my god.
If you ask hard enough, Sega might be like, you know what? Let's make Sonic 3 HD. Or not, Sonic Adventure 3. Hey, Metropolis Zone Act 3. Put Metal Sonic theme in it. Okay, why? Hey there, I see you're live. Just want to say that your demo of Sonic 3 was simply happening. Cool.
I love the way you just don't know what to say to after these. Cool.
I mean, I'm just got slightly confused. Thoughts on Origins? I'm
This
pretty
is why I
excited
didn't
for
want to
it.
use the slope. It's the wrong slope.
I will most likely get Origins. I'm particularly interested in seeing those animated cutscenes because that's cool to me. That being said, I don't understand what this coin business is, because that's some blasphemy there.
I reckon it's just in there so they can test the text, because you can see it's an anagram of Sonic. They clearly don't want to. I don't know. Maybe they don't want to show off that bit down the bottom for some reason.
No,
I don't think they're not going to have coins. Not going to have coins.
But Sonic Origins has coins, is what I'm talking about, and I don't understand, because, like, what is this blasphemy? You can't. This is some Mario stuff in a Sonic game. It's wrong.
Yeah, I know. They're probably just putting it in there as a joke, just to annoy the fans and make the fans go, "What the hell?"
Referencing Sonic adventure when he says, "Oh yeah, this is happening." Oh, okay, cool. I didn't understand the reference. My bad.
You're talking to classic Sonic fans.
Yeah, I don't. Well, Adventure's okay. I'm not like a huge fan of it though. I'm a much bigger fan of classic Sonic, but I don't like hate modern Sonic. Like there's so many people like hate like the more recent games. And like I played like Adventure. I actually never played Adventure 1, but I've played Adventure 2, and I enjoyed it.
I can't remember if it's
What
entire
software
renderer.
do you use?
It's not entire.
You'll need to be more specific for what, because we use a lot of different softwares for different things.
I can't remember where it is. It's not entirely sure. I wonder.
Star rings instead of coins. I agree.
Hang on.
Well, OBS is one of the softwares we use, yeah.
Cool. So level wrap region.
Yeah, but
Where
no,
is it
overall, though,
used?
Origins is pretty exciting. I'm glad that they were able to finally remake Sonic 3, and just complete that. Complete all of that.
Show me where it is.
The classics remakes, and just have a final like, yep, this is it. It's all done.
That's not it.
That's great.
Sorry, I'm just deviating from a sec. Is it here? Yeah, here. This bit. 11 wrap reissue and rendering. I can't remember what this was based on. Wait, hang on. No, this was.
I wonder if they really had an issue with
No,
the
this
Sonic
isn't it.
3 and Knuckles music, or if it was an Unreal issue. I
That's
wonder
not it.
that too. I guess maybe we'll find out when it gets released. Like a lot of like the reasons why it wasn't done before, it's all speculation. Like we really just don't know. Maybe if it releases and it doesn't have the original music and it has the like the PC versions or whatever, then I guess we'll know. Yeah, apparently the music was an issue if that's the case. But if it releases with the normal music, then who knows? Maybe it either means that they figured something out, or maybe there really was never an issue to begin with, and it was just something else. Who knows?
Active level wrap region.
Quick question. I remember in April Fools where Supersonic was all buff. I hope you all didn't spend too much time on that joke. It took like 30 minutes at most.
No, it was literally just swapping a model out.
Well, that's the shadow thing. But he's talking about the buff Supersonic that we did. No, buff Supersonic was not very. It did not take very long to do. It was just because we already had the Supersonic model sprite done at that point, and we literally just made his arms thicker and made his chest buff. That was it. That's my favorite April Fool's joke we've done, because if you look in the original Sonic 2 sprite for Supersonic, he's buff. Like he actually is buff. So Supersonic was originally intended to be buff.
Just the one for Wintel. This bit specifically, there is a rendering tiler, and the idea was going to pass a level wrap region into here. And I think I've reverted it for this branch. But I basically went through and commented pretty much exactly what this is doing. So it's figuring out vertical. It's going by rows basically, and then for each row, it's then drawing the tiles in that row. But then it's got some really horrible calculations in here, which are just completely confusing me. So
there was speculation that Sonic 1 and 2 mobile parts weren't supposed to be made, that they messed up the contracts after CDs.
Somewhere in here.
Ended on working on all 3 games.
Somewhere in here, it's like it's
Seems unlikely to me though. I do know supposedly one reason why it took so long for why they were never ported to PC was because and they're only on mobile, was because of the around the time that they initially came out, it was they had some deal with Nintendo, so they released them on mobile or something. I'm not sure. I don't know. Either way, we're getting them to consoles now, so that's fantastic.
Yeah, goes through and does vertical stuff. Then it does each horizontal row, and well, there's the horizontal. Oh, horizontal and vertical wrapping separate. That might be why then. Because I was trying to do it all in one go, and I was trying to figure out. I managed to get most of it working, but there's something where I've got there's a couple of glitches. There's one where if you cross the horizontal wrap and you're on the floor, then it yeets you across the map. I don't know what that is. It's probably checking for like what collision vector you're on last, and then eat Sonic based on that. One of them though was some weird reason on vertical wrap, you've got like a row of really weird tiles at the top of the screen. That's probably like a off by one issue on one of the loops. Maybe it thinks you're outside the level. That's also a possibility, actually. Although what I did is let's just open up Paint. Is what I actually did is I took the level. I don't know why it's rounded. I took the level, and then what I did is I made these like fake levels around it, so it actually renders a load of fake levels around it. Like so, very jankily drawn. So the idea is, if you were to go off this left-hand side here, it would actually then teleport you back over to here. But you can always see the level either side. So if you at the start level, you can see the previous level, and then if you cross that barrier, you go back here. If you cross this one, you loop back over here. Same for vertical and horizontal. And then it's got some funky math in there for the objects, where it figures out if a object... Oh, hang on. Let's make that blue. It figures out if an object... Oh, that's not a circle. Actually, let's make it a triangle. So let's say that's an object. Then what it will do is it will figure out if it's over half the level wrap region away... If Sonic's more than half the level wrap region away from the actual object, and if so, then it does another fun thing where it then moves that object over here. So if Sonic then moves less than half a level wrap region, like as in half the width of the level wrap region, it will then move the object accordingly. So there's some like weird stuff going on with moving objects, but I think the object bit is fine. The main bit is there's just like some really weird thing with a row of tiles being rendered at the top of the screen, and on this left hand side, if you walk across this, it glitches. If you jump across it, it's fine. Does it work with just the terrain alone without the objects? Kind of. No, the objects, I think the objects are fine. It's literally the terrain. There's something in this bit of code where it's drawing a weird tiling issue at the top, up here at the top of the screen, and it also does some weird stuff with the background. The background jumps because it's not setting the right offset, and I kind of roughly understand what this code's doing. Yeah, I'm glitching on the collision where it repeats, because I think it's trying to find the linked collision. If you jump over it, it's fine. If you walk over it, then it throws you, and it's only one directional, which is weird. If you go one way across it, it's fine. If you go the other way across it, it's broken. So yeah, that's one of the things which I want to ask you about at some point, because I understand this to a certain degree of what it's all doing, but I definitely don't have enough experience with trying to figure out how all this is working to that degree where I can just go, yeah, I know exactly what's going wrong here. And believe me, I have tried. I've spent hours and hours on this, but when it gets round to stuff like tile offset is minus source X mod the tile size, I'm just trying, and the draw width, for example, trying to figure out what that's doing without knowing what it's doing is confusing as hell. Oh, the way you do the collision is different. Damn. Background where you loop, you should offset your background by the loop amount. Theoretically, yes. But then it goes a bit weird because you've got parallax as well to deal with. So, hang on. I don't know if this has got... This probably doesn't have any parallax. Well, it's got a bit of parallax. So, for example, this tower in the background versus this tower in the front. Oh, hang on. The background moves at a different speed than the foreground, so you can't just offset it by the same amount. You've got to offset it by how much the foreground has looped, plus some sort of ratio of how far the background needs to move, based on how far Sonic moves. I think that's how the parallax is set up. And it's... Sonic Orca isn't open source, unfortunately. But we are always looking for more programmers. Because at the moment, there's not many active programmers on the project.
More
and
programmers and artists.
Are there?
I don't know, but
I mean, bear in mind,
a lot of artists, but a lot of us aren't super active.
I was gonna say, meanwhile,
I just see a lot more from on the programming side.
Green Twips dipped out for a bit, and Amy dipped out for a bit to do one program per gimmick would be awesome, easily done, within like the month. No, but yeah, Amy's dipped out for a bit, but she might be coming back for a bit. But apart from that,
sure, Green Twip will come back eventually. He's just busy.
Yeah, and then there's Zoc, who was waiting on another laptop or something, and then he was also moving from, was it like Sweden, something, to the UK. He basically moved, or was it Netherlands? I don't know. He moved from Europe to the UK at some point, and then he kind of dipped out. So at the moment, it's almost just me. Not quite, because obviously Green Twip's in and out, and Amy's in and out. But majority of the time, it's literally just me on programming.
Okay. Well,
so
I suspect Green Twip will come back, and we'll get a lot done soon.
So when it comes to when it comes around to stuff like level wrapping, I at the moment don't have anyone to ask, and it scares me. I think I literally posted that in the Discord. I was like, oh my god, level wrap's bullying me. Because it was. I just couldn't figure it out for the life of me. I did make a very good attempt. But it's the sort of thing where once you know what it's doing, like, if you know what it's doing down to a T, and if you're really good at your maths, it's probably quite simple. Well, maybe not brilliantly simple as such, but it's doable. But if you don't know that, then it's just a world of pain.
One programmer per gimmick. Yeah. Well, then you could...
Oh no, we've got Pokemon music.
What is this? What is this?
Oh, it's just whatever playlist I've got on Spotify.
Oh my gosh.
It's a video game playlist, because I kind of ran out of Sonic songs. I hate the way the collision does that. I can't see if it's lined up. I think so.
Anything Nintendo, I stay away from with the 10-foot pole. The MCA, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Wait, where are we? We are down there.
I learned coding, I'd offer help. Only problem is, you'll probably be long done by then.
Will we?
You might be surprised.
Oh, if you're learning coding. Yeah.
That's something like, if you see the project and you think, I want to become good enough to work on the project, Even if it takes you like years to become good, chances are we might still be working on the project. And
Actually, I've
then you
just
could be like,
realised.
guys, I spent years trying to get good enough to work with you, and now I am.
I mean, put it this way: nobody cuts a vector downwards tells you how high the train is. This angle. See what coordinates which tile returns the odd values.
Alright, I'm gonna have to head out because I need to make
test the
food
tiles the same way it's done the original was
go
16.
to sleep.
Oh, okay.
But it's
time
been
is it?
fun chatting, and
Not that late.
yeah.
That's right. I'll
Somebody
continue
will-
with this. There's not much left to do, really.
Well, maybe somebody
Wait.
will pop in to give you company when you finish it up.
What's going on here? Hello?
What?
This editor.
Alright,
It
alright.
refuses to
I'll
move
chat
these.
later. Bye bye.
Speak to you in a bit. Oh no, I just realised it's only me on the voice chat. No. Means I've got to hold up the stream on my own. Well, I've got Wintel here in text, but it's not voice chat. It's not the same. I can't. What's going on with this? Oh my god. That just does not want to work. I wonder if it's because it's... No, it can't be because it's copied those. It's alright, we'll just paste it again. It still doesn't want to work. I'm so confused right now. Okay, I reckon... no, not exit. We literally just want to stop and restart. Need someone I could be there. Not sure that's how it works, unfortunately. It'd be nice if we actually had like a Discord where we could just hop in a chat and talk to fans. We can't just let anyone on the stream and just be like, hey, just in case they start going off and swearing and all sorts. Well, maybe not swearing, but you know, like, you could say some really bad things on stream, and that wouldn't be good. Platform is buggy as Adobe Animate after drawing like Sprite. But personally, I've never used Adobe Animate. It's just this editor gets confused sometimes. Sometimes it is literally just stop and restart it. It's by no means perfect, but it does the job. If you're willing to bear with it, it does the job. See, like, it's just pasted it down there, even though the center of the screen is here. So there's, yet again, more things which can be fixed with code, but is it worth spending the time trying to figure out how to fix these really minute issues right now? No, we've got other stuff to do. And the amount of time it takes to fix versus the amount of time it actually wastes probably isn't worth fixing it right at this moment. We will need to do it if we ever release it. I've just pasted rather than copied. I wonder if it's still copied, or would that have cleared clipboard? Yep, it cleared clipboard. See that? Why did that paste that down there? Madness. Yeah, when I first started on the project, bear in mind, like, yeah, I first started on the project, I never actually done any sort of game programming, and I still technically haven't, to some degree. Technically, this isn't programming, this is just putting levels together, but doing the actual game programming bit, and all the maths which goes with that, is still confusing as hell to me. But I have actually learned a hell of a lot since I started this project. I could code before this project, but at the same time, this project was completely new terrain for me. So yeah, if anyone's planning on learning programming, by all means, do it. Earlier you talked about the rotating spike ball. I wouldn't bother looking in the ASML or record video and count the frames it takes to make a rotation. This could be very useful for coming ask for updates. Ask for add shadow or move X. Yeah, that's basically what I imagine the Discord would be. We were planning on doing one, but the idea of the Discord was we were going to put an FAQ, and basically you weren't allowed into the Discord until you'd read the FAQ, and then it would just stop people asking the same questions over and over again. Like, is Hidden Palace going to be in the game? Is Knuckles going to be in the game? I mean, it's fine, like, having those questions, but it's literally the same questions each time, and they've been answered so many times. It's like, it's almost surprising now that some people don't know what the plans are for the project. Technically, it isn't documented anywhere, so fair play. Where are the next ones? There's got to be more of these. There's one up here. And this one I've completely ignored and just gone all the way around. Okay. This one's a weird shape. I don't like this. This is all wrong. That doesn't look quite right. Okay, actually, I'm going to leave this one for now. For the sole reason that I think that is not the same collision as that. Unless... Okay, that's the lid. I wonder if it is the same collision, but it's just the this top sprite here is either overlaying it or... I don't know. I need to double check that. Wait, Nintendo needs just... Mario are going to be in this game. Crash Bandicoot or Shrek. I don't know. I don't know how we're gonna make Shrek do a spin dash. It's the biggest problem. There's another one there and another one there. So all these ball launchers, they need their own collision, which I'll check afterwards. It might be the same, but we can come back to them. Also, there is quite a high probability. Someone was saying, please remove all the oil. There isn't any oil in here at the moment. You're welcome. We have just saved all the fishes. Imagine that if we just had like an eco-friendly Sonic 2 game which did not have any oil. Only renewable energy in this Sonic 2 game. No, there was quite a high chance that... Hold up, no. No, okay, this is going to be really annoying if that's what I think it is. This looks like it is off by a pixel. And I've copy and pasted it everywhere. Okay, let's double check this. Fun fact, there isn't an easy way to double check. There's... Ah. Actually, it might go to here and then go up. So in actual fact, that might be here. Like so. Oh, hang on. Yeah, I have a funny feeling the collision is going to be that instead. It lines up 64 pixels. Yay, fun! Have secret level where it's avoid, but as you run you see a giant model of chimpanzee. It crashes the game afterwards. I feel like that's a reference to something. Are there going to be zone transitions? In what way? Because we do have seamless act transitions, not zone transitions. Oh, you mean like as in Oil Ocean Zone going into Metropolis? It's theoretically possible. I like Sonic 3. Probably not the same as Sonic 3 in that respect. I don't know what you would do for the zone transitions in Sonic 2. I don't have to do them all over again. I may have to copy and paste over the ones I've done before. In actual fact, it would be worth double checking one of these beforehand. Okay, so from here, hang on, let's actually find... I don't like this. Why is it not actually on something? Okay, where is... Okay, so that's one. Is that really... Okay, so that's 32 pixels up. Fine, let me just change the opacity of the collision maps so I can actually see where it's lining up. Ah, yeah, this is correct. Kind of correct. Okay. I think I've just accidentally that. Bear with. So I don't know how high this goes because there's a lid in the way. My assumption would be it's another 32 pixels. Yeah. 32 pixels would push it up to there. Also, why have they gone slightly wonky? Oh my god. Yeah, because that's your 32 pixel mark. These only snap to 64 pixels. So actually, might be that. So if that's 64 pixels, half that's 32, I reckon it is. I reckon that's 32 pixels, which means it will be that. Yay! Okay, how about we copy that and okay. We have also deleted this one down here. This is going to be painful. I think that's why I only copied the top there. And then you might find it actually lines up with the other ones, which I didn't think it was the right shape and size for. Green Hill Zone remix. I want to see when people say this game, why did it take so long? This is how much care we put into just about everything. At least me. At least with the collision. 1 pixel probably doesn't mean the end of the world in terms of collision, but I want it to actually be correct. And where is that pasting? It's there. Be all about that precision, even if it takes like several hours to do half of Oil Ocean Zone. We'll get there eventually. Is that one done? Yeah, we did that one. Nice. So that's all those 4, and we're at the start of Act 2. Cool, so we've got to go back through and do Act 1 on those. That's fine. We'll continue onwards for now. Just open chat again. How goes it? It's going all right. We've got a couple more of these big curves to do. Just these big curves we haven't done yet. And we've got the oil burner lids to do. And then that's it for Oil Ocean Zone. See this? Let's try this now because I reckon that will fit. I reckon it's the same collision. Not quite. No, it's still not the same. Okay, let's ignore that one for now then. I thought I got the oil burn lids perfect before I even started, but no, it turns out I didn't. Okay, so there's 4 here, none up here, which I can see. Oh, also, fun fact, this won't actually be the end of the collision. Because what will happen is I'll get round to doing the level and coding objects, and I will find something which I've missed. It's pretty standard. You always find something you've missed. Let's probably just line it up with this corner. Auto-generate the collision based on the original data. I was thinking that could be done, and actually I don't think it'd be that hard to do. It's kind of therapeutic just drawing around it though. Wait, hold up. Why am I even drawing around it? Copy and paste. No, no, you're shitting me. Is this lid wonky? No, okay, this is off by a pixel on this side, apparently. And this is off by a pixel this side. It doesn't look like it. If you compare down here, this bit's lined up. Like that is perfectly in line with that. So the lid's wonky. By like 2 pixels. Or 1 pixel actually. Interesting. This is the first time you hopped in one of your live streams. Well, that's unfortunate for you because this is not the most exciting live stream in the world. The other one's probably far more exciting than this one. But welcome anyway. We're just drawing collision for Oil Ocean Zone. As we have been for the last stream and the past couple of hours. Cool, so that's those 4 done. We don't need to make any more changes to the burner lids for Act 2. Act 1 we do though. So we'll do that first. Doomsday Zone is such a bop. Oh, you're going to go as well? That means I'm going to have to moderate chat on my own. That's alright, they've been good today. We don't have any bots in here. Should be fine. To be honest, probably not going to be streaming for a massive amount longer anyway. I'm probably going to finish up OOZ and then be on my way to bed. Is that in line? Yeah. Yeah. I'll speak to you later. Thank you for coming in here and modding, as always. I will need to ask you, I'll send you what I've got on that code and see if you can spot where I'm going horrendously wrong. I have questions. Oh, you're hoping to have a Sage release. Oh, sick. I knew you were working on something. I still don't know what it was. That's going to be sick. I really want this to be at Sage this year as well. Like an actual release for this. But it just depends whether, like, everyone can get their arse in gear and get something done for release 3. Hopefully. I'm hoping we can just kind of somehow pull a release 3 out of thin air. How are the spikes done? Well, they are objects in the level. I will show you in a sec once I finish these. Once I finish doing these for Act 1. I mean, there's not really much to show off on them. They are just a square. In terms of drawing them, I don't know how they're drawn, but... That will be a coral question, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, I think probably don't have too many of these left to do, hopefully. I reckon the best part of this is when we get the collision done, we can walk around Oil Ocean Zone properly. And then find out we've missed some collision where you just fall through something. There's actually always something really satisfying about you know, getting a level done and being able to play that level for like the first time, or being able to like walk around, even if it's not the entire level done, just there's something done on the level which is new. I think if the program gets done, that might motivate the artists to do their thing. Keep waiting for the other, we'll keep dragging to 2030. Yeah, there's a fair bit of programming being done. Unfortunately, not all of it's quite in the right places at the moment. Will be. I'm changing my tact and focusing on Demo 3 a lot more now. Right, have we got any more? I think, is there any at the top? Ah, there's these 3. So I mean, you always miss one. have been 4 zones in Demo 3. Rule collisions until OOZ done. Yeah. So I mean, this is why I started working on level wrap as well, because the next level after this is Metropolis Zone. Metropolis Zone, the one thing which is going to hold us up is level wraps, and we can't do much in terms of the level until we've got the level wrap in place. And technically we only need to worry about vertical, but I know at some point we're going to need to implement vertical and horizontal, and possibly vertical and horizontal within a small region. So I was trying to hit all of that at once, so that, let's say we do move on to Sonic 3, we can do cutscenes with level wrap. Also, actually, we need to do it for, well, not Sky Chase, Winged Fortress. There's a bit at the end of Winged Fortress where the background level wraps vertically. When the ship goes up, when Sonic goes up to Death Egg, there's also a vertical level wrap there, so that doesn't span the entire level as far as I'm aware. It's just the background, so if we get a proper level wrap solution in place, then things go. It can get hacked up. It can. Ideally, though, I want to make it as simple as possible, because then we can reuse some stuff for various other places, i.e. Scrap Brain Zone, Labyrinth Zone. Like, this is Sonic 1 stuff, but I want to see if I can make it an actual proper framework and not just hack stuff. Would you consider changing, removing some of the BSM enemy placement in Metropolis? Probably not, because the enemy placement is what it is. It wouldn't be the same game if you change stuff up too much. However, the hitbox on the crab claw, that's definitely being fixed, like the arm, because I don't think that's right. This music's too chill, I'm gonna fall asleep. Okay, what do we have left? We've got the big slopes, and we've got... yeah, these big slopes here. We've got the big breakable thingies, but they only appear where these appear, so we look for these. There's one there, it's just invisible. Oh, and I've just realised that's also annoying, because let's delete this one. That was linked all the way over to this one over on that side. Oh my god, my left hand really hurts from doing the shift and control. Right, this I think I need to double check that, but it's probably going to be the same. Where is this? This is top of Act 1. Just as an example. Is it there? I think it might be. No, it's there. Where am I looking at then? Wait, hold up. Oh, this is Act 1. What? Ah, there. Found it. It's exactly the same. Although it's annoying. Ah. Okay, so this is it here. Should line up with the top of that pot. Which means the lid is here. Cool, that's one. Also means that I might actually need to go back and tweak these ones and move them down a bit, but I'll do that another point. I'm not doing that right now. It's just that these ones you can't see because they've got the lid on them. Wrapping isn't really used much in classic Sonic games. It's not for not much in Sonic 2. I mean, it's used a lot in Sonic games because Sonic 2, you've really only got Metropolis for the vertical level wrap. I think it's only Act 2 and Act 3 which has level wrap in Metropolis. I'm not too sure. No, one's got to have level wrap. Can't remember what they are, which acts have what. But Metropolis has vertical level wrap. Then, for instance, Wing Fortress. At the end of Wing Fortress, you've got the cutscene where Sonic's flying up on the plane or on the rocket. He flies up on the plane, jumps on the rocket. The clouds are actually doing a vertical level wrap. Not the whole level, just the background clouds. That's a common theme. Remember that one. Because, let's say you go to Sonic 1. Level wrap there is really basic. You've got vertical level wrap in Labyrinth Zone. Act 3, you've got vertical level wrap. And it's apparent at the beginning when you're sliding down the slopes, and at the end of Act 3 when you've got that really long climb to get to the boss area. That's actually a level wrap. It's just a very long climb, which then wraps off the top of the screen and back on the bottom. So there's that. Then there's also Scrap Brain Zone. Scrap Brain Zone actually has a vertical level wrap, and there's parts of the floor which you're actually standing on the ceiling of the map, because the ceiling of the map also acts as the floor of other parts of the map. But that one's not really that apparent, but it is there in Scrap Brain Zone Act 2. Then I think that's pretty much it for Sonic 1, because Sonic 1 was really basic. Sonic 2's got like a bit more background level wrap. Sonic 3, they go all out on level wrap. Most levels have some form of level wrap in some way or another. Maybe not like the entire level wraps, but at least certain parts of levels will wrap. So Angel Island Zone, you've got the cutscene with the airship. That's literally a level wrap of about one screen width, and then straight afterwards you go into the Eggman bit where you see him through the trees. That's also another level wrap of about one screen width. So that's one place where level wrapping is used. Then, just trying to think what comes after that. Hydro City. Yeah, I don't know if there's a level wrap in that, but there is a really annoying transition between Act 1 and Act 2, and then there's the moving wall. What's after that? Marble Garden. Big level wrap. Big level wrap. After that, it's Carnival Night. Carnival Night has a level wrap on Act 1 boss. It's an endless falling boss. Ice Cap Zone. Big level wrap because you're snowboarding down a mountain. That mountain takes up is actually split into 5 or so, maybe 7 different parts. and you keep level wrapping through that. And then there's the bit where you're climbing up inside Ice Cap, which is also level wrapped. Ice Cap Act 2, I don't think it really has level wrap, if I remember rightly. Launch Base Zone doesn't have level wrap at all until you get right to the end. And right at the end, you jump on the boss platform, and the rocket starts going up into the sky. As it's going up into the sky, it can't keep going forever because, you know, by the time you time out, you would have gone way off the top of the map if it keeps going upwards. So what it does is it goes upwards to a certain amount, and then the background scrolls downwards vertically to make it look like you're still going up. So you don't actually keep going up. You go upwards a little bit, and then the background starts wrapping. So more level wrap there. Mushroom Hill, there is level wrap. The end boss, where you're running through those tree sections, and he's chopping down trees. That's horizontal level wrap. Flying Battery. Don't know if there's level wrap on Flying Battery, but the last boss, there is a massive great platform which goes through the entire stage and goes up into the sky. Might have some level wrap there, depends how high up it goes. But either way, that platform's a bit of a pain to code. Then I can't remember what's after Flying Battery Zone. You get the point. Basically, there's either mini bosses which use level wrap, or background level wrap, or a cutscene which uses level wrap. It's used all sorts of places, and most of the time you rarely even notice it. Like, can you show some Sonic 3 HD progress? No, because technically it's not in progress. Like, legitimately, it's straight up not in progress. The most we have done in terms of that, and that's not necessarily we, that's I, because, you know, the rest of the team is not working on Sonic 3 HD. Neither am I, really, but I started looking into it because at some point it would be nice to do. But officially it's not actually in progress and won't be for a long time, if ever. But I've started looking into it, and there has been a minute bit about progress, and that's mainly on the 2-player levels. Because they don't have cutscenes or level wrapping. Well, I say they don't have level wrapping, they do. But they don't have cutscenes, which is one of the major downfalls of our engine when trying to do Sonic 3. And the other major downfall of our engine is level wrapping. And we need level wrapping for Sonic 2. We need to level wrap Metropolis. So basically I needed a test area for level wrapping. So I started looking at, for instance, Chrome Gadget or Desert Palace, Endless Mine, those sort of 2-player maps. But realistically, no, they're not ever going to be done, or as part of a Sonic 3 HD, not going to be done now, or if ever. If however, let's say we got hired to make all 3 games, fine. We would be quite happy to do Sonic 3 HD. In fact, we'd love to be able to do Sonic 3 HD, but there is a lot to do. A lot more than Sonic 2 HD. Obviously, we'd be like much quicker at working on it because we'd be getting paid to do it. Sonic CD HD. That as well. I would not mind doing a Sonic CD HD. I've never really played Sonic CD HD. Sonic CD. Never really played Sonic CD. And that's backwards. Why are you backwards? Sorry, bear with. Yeah, never actually played Sonic CD. Oh. X-Flip doesn't work. It just keeps putting it that way around. Okay, you stay that way around. Do you? I'll have to sort that out later. Yeah, I've never actually played Sonic CD, and personally, I can't say I dislike it because I've never actually properly played it. But at the same time, it's not, you know, a game which I know and love. And looking at it, I don't know whether I would enjoy it or not. I would actually like to remake it though. Just because, you know, we're remaking the rest of the games, why not? It can be like, it can be done. It probably uses similar concepts to most of these games, so it's almost readily available to do. I mean, the time travel concept, there's a bit of difference in how you load the maps, because you've got to load up like 4 maps at a time or something for different variants. There's differences, but if we can make the framework handle it, and obviously if we had a particularly good reason to remake it, I would not mind remaking it. However, we've got way too much stuff to do, and it's not a priority at all in the slightest. If anything was a priority, it would be Sonic 1, because it already includes what we have in our game, plus level wrapping, of course. But it includes everything Sonic 2 does. So Sonic 1, easily doable. The art for Sonic 1, also incredibly simple in comparison to Sonic 2's art, so it probably wouldn't take us that long at all to do a Sonic 1. Sonic 3 though, yeah, again, would love to do that, and everyone would love to do that on the team, I know that for a fact. Only problem is, it's a huge game. You think Sonic 2 is huge? Sonic 3, obviously, bigger than Sonic 2, and then you've also got Sonic and Knuckles as well, which is added on top. So you're actually doing 2 games in one there, essentially. And the amount of artwork for Sonic 3 is just insane, and everything's like way more detailed. Okay, we just got those big slopes to do, I think. Knuckles in Sonic 2 HD. That would be cool. However, Knuckles is a... I mean, eventually, we're probably going to add Knuckles, because why not? But character sheets, like, if you think about every animation that Sonic has, and every animation that Tails has, imagine redrawing Knuckles that many times, that many frames for that many animations for Knuckles. It can be done, it just takes time. That's the main kind of downside of it. Maybe mod support. There is mod support. But here's the problem, is, wait, hold, buffering? Is it buffering?
We haven't actually had a chance between us on...
Is it buffering? No, we're still live. Shut up. So, that's just your internet. So, as far as mod support goes, we have actually made it to be moddable. But whether it gets modded or not is actually up to you guys, because, you know, the whole point of modding is you do stuff yourself. We're not going to hand it to you on a plate, otherwise that's just us doing the mods. So, feel free to mod the game. Although, what I'd suggest is, if you do mod the game, please don't leak sprites on places like Sprite as resource. I know technically it's fair game, it's like not our IP, it's Sega's IP, but the worst thing which we have to, well, one of the worst things which we have to deal with, guys put in a lot of effort to do the artwork, and then someone uploads it to somewhere like Sprite as resource, and next thing you know, someone's made a really terrible like Sonic and Mario rip-off iPhone game, stuck it on an app store using art which we've made, and worst thing as well is they're then monetizing it. So they're using art which we're not allowed to monetize because it's not right to do that. They're also doing copyright infringement, and they're monetizing it, and also using it in a god-awful game. Like, a god-awful, like, phone game thing. Like, you know, like one of your Flappy Bird clones. We're talking that level. So, yeah, bear in mind, if people get access to the sprites and they put it something useful, as long as it's credited, like, to the artists who actually redrew them, it would be quite nice. Obviously, it's also Sonic's IP, or Sega's IP, rather. But, you know, credit where credit's due. They do a fucking good job of redrawing this stuff. And for someone to just come along and nab it and then put it in something and not credit, it's not particularly nice. But yeah, even worse when it's in a phone game. A really badly made phone game just for some kind of... someone to just, you know, blatantly copyright infringe and make a quick buck out of. Yeah, people get access to sprites, that's fine. Oh, why is this slope different? Oh, I know why. Ah, it doesn't line up there, it lines up here. Yeah, people get access to sprites and mod the game, or, you know, maybe use it for another purpose, fine. Credit if you mod the game, that's fine by me. Like, no one's going to complain if you added extra characters. I guess the one rule I would say to that is, if you're going to mod the game, make it a worthwhile mod. Like, don't necessarily just mod the game to, I don't know, let's say someone goes, oh yeah, I can mod the game. I figured out how to get Knuckles in there, and you've just copied the sprites from the original game and, like, very badly put Knuckles in the game. Like, fair enough. You could do that. No one's stopping you. But if it was going to be, like, a decent mod, then I wouldn't necessarily say you have to be able to make, like, Sonic 2 HD, perfect art, all of that. You could even do like a programmatically based mod rather than an artistic mod. This is jank. There you go. Add a bit more slow pitch to that. Is that even a word? But you know, make it worthwhile is what I'm saying. We want to see someone mod the game and look at it and go, damn, this is awesome. Like, who made this? Someone like actually redrew Metal Sonic in full HD art and, you know, put him in Sonic 2 HD. Realistically, like, obviously there's the slight thing of, you know, we would love more characters in the game. We could quite easily, you know, put Amy in the game, or, I mean, it depends who you're asking on the team. Some people just want to keep it real simple, like Sonic, Tails, Knuckles. Personally, I don't care if Metal Sonic's in the game. I don't care if Amy's in the game, or maybe like Big the Cat or something. But the main downfall is the amount of sprites which you'd have to redraw to draw a character. So you say yes, put Amy in, but the problem is that's an entire character sheet. You've got to draw an entire sheet of sprites, all the animations in full HD. If we're going to do it, well, you say please don't add anyone to the game that wasn't in the original. This would be, this wouldn't be forced into the game. This would be an optional. The original game would stay as the original game. Like, Sonic 2 HD will be the original game. But anything optional will be optional. That's something which I stand by. I don't care if, like, you know, people want to play Sonic 2 as Amy. You can do that. But Sonic 2, it will be an optional. It won't be you're forced to play as Amy. But obviously, if you wanted to play as Amy for a laugh, yeah, why not? I can't see a problem with that. But hang on, why are you not excited about optional extras? The idea of it being optional is so that it works for both people. People who want extras and people who don't want extras. You can choose to turn it off. For instance, I know you might be a real kind of like nostalgic, like, you know, everything's got to be exactly as it was in the 90s. I understand that because I grew up in the 90s and people who change stuff in games. Drop dash. I personally don't like drop dash. Are you the sort of person as well who doesn't like drop dash? Because that's a very controversial opinion, and I have been told so many times, why don't you like drop dash? And just like how you can easily probably add drop dash to game, optional or not, it still makes me uncomfortable. But that's fine, because drop dash is in the game, at least in my version of the game, which I've started putting together, and it's also optional. So you can turn it off, you don't have to play with drop dash. That's the point of optional. Whether it's actually, it's not a feature which is a Sonic 2 HD feature as such. That's just something I played around with whilst I was making Sonic 1 HD. I decided to code in drop dash just for a laugh. I've never used drop dash. I never want to use drop dash. But some people do. As for, well, various other features, so, for instance, Sonic 1. Yeah, adding drop dash is the same as adding an easy mode, but what I mean is, if you're not using it, why does it matter? Do you see what I'm getting at here? It's optional. You won't have to play against other people who are using, like, if it was a multiplayer, you're not going to be forced to play against other people who are using drop dash and you're not. If there's like speedrunning online, there's going to be different categories for if you're using drop dash or not. So in that respect, like, you're not being forced to use it at all. I've missed one. Damn it. Okay, where's that? That's off that big slope. Yeah, no one's forcing you to use drop dash. It may be the easy mode, but to be honest, like, it's not necessarily, you know, the end of the world. That's one thing I didn't like about Mania. Is, I don't know, actually, I may be wrong on this. If I'm not, though, Mania, I think, forced drop dash upon you. I'm not sure whether you could turn it off. I know the PC and mobile ports and stuff, they allowed you to turn spin dash and peel out and drop dash on and off. That's fine, because then you can play it exactly how you want to play it. But I'm not sure if Mania allowed you to turn drop dash off. Well, if you feel tempted to turn on drop dash, then that's a you problem. I'm gonna say it. If you're that uncomfortable by it, then you should feel sickened by looking at the drop dash option and even thinking about turning it on. No, but realistically, like, you know, it's there. It's there so that other people can use it. If you don't want to use it, no one's forcing you to. But depriving other people of being able to use it just because you don't like it, that's kind of not really that great. Personally, I don't like drop dash. That's fine. I'm not forcing myself to play with drop dash, but I will add it because there are people who want it. And yes, it's completely optional. Also, as with system defaults, let's say you boot up Sonic 2. System defaults, or like game defaults, will be what the default game was originally. So it's not going to start up and you've got to disable drop dash. You've got to enable that. If you want to use drop dash, you can enable it, but I'm not going to make people boot up Sonic 2 HD and go, hey, we got a drop dash. Oh, also bear in mind the drop dash I've added at the moment, before anyone gets too excited. May not go in a release for a while because it's actually just a test. We have no real drop dash sprites for it. And B, I haven't actually coded it exactly how drop dash works. I have done the very naive, I've never used drop dash before thing and literally just programmed jumping into a spin dash. So that will need, like, if we are going to implement that, which we probably will at some point, just for a laugh, it's going to be an optional extra. We'd need to do the artwork for it. We would also need to, or we need to do some artwork for that drop dash like frame, which wouldn't be too difficult, but it's just we've got other stuff to focus on at the moment, and obviously I would need to code it properly. If that makes sense. I'm going to move that over here because I'm going to be picky here. Slope up to there. These slopes also, there's like, they're not perfect by any means, but they're still like way more accurate than the original game. More points, more accuracy, and also they all get reduced to the same like classic jump angle anyway, so even so I want to try and make these curves like as accurate as possible. Shit. I've drawn it backwards. Okay, so you see these little lines here? They should be facing outwards of the curve. I've drawn it upside down. Sorry. Did not mean to swear. Same with this one. That's all backwards. Undo. Undo. Okay, so yeah, when you're drawing collision vectors, rule of thumb, you always draw clockwise. That one as well, I'm going to move down. Oh no, I'm going to have to put an extra one in there. Oh really? I personally don't think there's anything wrong with preferring to play a game the original way. Like, personally, I don't like the newer Sonic games because of like drop dash. I wouldn't say I don't necessarily like the game, I just don't like the drop dash ability. I think it's a little bit cheap because, like, you know, the whole idea was to build up momentum, keep momentum. Now it's been added, people have gotten used to it being a thing, and yeah, it seems to be kind of, well, you know, why can't you have speed when you land when you're just going to land and then spin dash anyway? Oh, why didn't you face a certain way? Because see here, this is the normal of the collision vector. You probably hear it in a lot of games. Talking about normals. Normals is, well, in 3D, it's the way, like the side which light bounces off a face. You've seen like back face culling, for example, in 3D models where you can, stuff like back face culling, where like if you look at a 3D model one way, you can see the faces on it. If you look at it from the other side, you can't see it. That's because light only reflects off it one way and it's only drawn like facing in one direction. Similar thing here, but in a 2D form, is that Sonic cannot pass into this wall, but he can pass out of the wall. So this collision will stop him going in the wall. And same for this curve. If I drew it the wrong way around, he'd be able to fall into the curve, but not be able to come up from below it. But if I do it this way, all these lines basically stopping him from getting into the curve, which is how it acts as a floor. Cool, so now I should be able to run up there. Yeah, drop dash, it's not necessarily a cop-out though, thinking about it actual, if you land and you want speed, the first thing you're going to do is stop and spin dash anyway. I mean, it's a very slight cop-out, but it's almost negligible. But yeah, I do agree. I prefer like the old classic way of playing where you have to keep your momentum. But I don't know, that mixed with the fact that quite a lot of people today have very low attention spans and get frustrated very easily at games. I don't know, I think it kind of like lends itself more to the hand-holding thing in games nowadays. But then saying that as well, what you find like easy because you've grown up playing Sonic 2, etc. You know, you've grown up with it, it's fine. Give someone Sonic 2 to play, they probably won't make it past the second level or so. I've literally watched people on stream who are playing Sonic games for the first time, and yeah, they will basically die after Green Hill Zone, and then go back through Green Hill Zone again, get to Marble Zone, die, start again from Green Hill Zone. And I wouldn't say, like, you know, that's kind of the point, is you're not supposed to die in the game. But as a new person who's playing the game, you know, you want to play a game for fun sometimes. You don't necessarily want to just keep dying and repeating until you get good at it. Oh my god, that's annoying. This one's slightly taller. So kind of same goes for that. They don't want to spend ages trying to pick up speed and trying to figure out how to use momentum. They just want to play the game casually for fun. And to be honest, if they want to do that, fair enough. Let them do that, as long as it doesn't affect the people who don't want to do that. I.e., like, let's say you don't want to play the game with drop dash. Personally, I don't think that you should have to. And I think that's pretty fair. In the same way that I wouldn't expect them to play necessarily without drop dash if they want to play casually, I also wouldn't expect you to play drop dash if you didn't want to. Okay, so that actually needs to come down a bit. We need to get these lined up first. Yeah, that's a really wonky curve. It's alright. Go through and tidy these up at some point. That looks like it should go about there. There. Up one. Up one more. There, maybe. No, okay. Too much up. Does that line up roughly down here? Cool. And I've just gone and done that, haven't I? Okay, where's this one? This one isn't lined up horizontally now. This is not super accurate. Okay, that should be something. There you go. Cool, so that's lined up. Have I done that back? Oh, that's not backwards, is it? Because I copied it. Thank God for that. However, I do need to attach this point. And I don't know where I'm attaching it to because I can't see it. There? Not quite. It's like a pixel too high. I mean, this is... Curves are like notoriously the worst part. But when zoomed out, I mean, you can't really see it. It's more than good enough for a curve. Got way more points than necessary. Kind of reducing speed. Oh yeah, the tail save in Colours Ultimate. That's also another thing. Sonic Mania, for example, is literally the easiest game of all time. I haven't actually beaten Sonic Mania yet. And the reason why is just because I felt like, for instance, the bosses very much takes what in the original games were simplified boss fights. I mean, even Sonic 3 Death Egg Zone, the mini boss fight, you know, that floating eye thing which every time you hit it shoots spikes out, that's got a certain level of difficulty. Mania, I just felt like the boss fights, they overcomplicated things. Almost in the same way that CD overcomplicates the levels. So, I can't be like, you know, I can't completely say that it's not necessarily difficult. I could probably do it. But that's one reason which I've never really... Another reason why I never really liked Mania. Is it just seemed overly complex. Which, fine, it's a good, like, you know... It's essentially gimmicky bosses. Exactly. But it's obviously following on from the classic series. I like that part of it. And to be honest, for most part, I should actually like Mania. But there's just something about Mania which... I like the idea of Mania. Not really a big fan of the gameplay. It's the reason why I don't like CD as well. It looks too gimmicky, too over-processed. And there was also a fan game recently. I don't know what the fan game was called. It was a Sonic fan game which was at last stage. And this fan game, it had a boss fight where you're fighting against Metal Sonic on a surfboard. Now, anyone who's played the Sage games last year, one of you will probably know what game I'm talking about. But they'd made this boss fight and they'd made it so incredibly kind of gimmicky, whereas like, okay, so you've got very few rings, you've got to jump over Metal Sonic when he flies at you, and then you've got to jump over energy balls, and then after he's done that, he's going to zigzag across the screen, and then after you've hit him a few more times, he's going to shoot multiple energy balls at you, and then you hit him a couple more times, he's now going to zigzag across the screen, but give you, like, literally, I'll show it in paint. Let's say that's your screen, and you've got your water, like here. You've got Sonic on a surfboard, like here. And Metal Sonic would start over here, but he would literally bounce across the screen like this. Now, the timing, bear in mind you can only really move left, right, and barely jump. Like, and the left-right controls probably weren't the best, seeing as you're on a surfboard. You get the picture. Very, very hard to dodge. And, you know, maybe like once every... Oh, and then after he went here, I think he then went up here, and then across here, and then back down to his starting position. Or he may have even gone the other way. Maybe he came across here, and then up to his starting position. Basically, full screen coverage of a boss attack. And if you've seen the boss fight which I'm talking about, you've got to get, I think it's maybe about 16 hits on it to defeat it. And you get maybe a couple of hits like every couple of attack phases. So you've got like, maybe it's like a 4-minute boss fight. and you get rings like every 30 seconds, and only like 3 rings. And yeah, when someone says, you know, design a Sonic game, everyone goes, right, what I'll do is I'll take like things which are already done and make it 10 times more awesome, make it, you know, 10 times more complex. And, you know, he's going to have like 15 different attack phases and barely any rings and make it a little bit more difficult. But what they don't realize is that if you're playing the game for the first time, that's completely overkill. You can make something a little bit challenging. I mean, bear in mind, Sonic game bosses nowadays, like the old school Sonic game bosses, so easy, people could just bounce on them 8 times, done. But people still die to silly things like falling down death pits. So yeah, I agree with making it a little bit harder, or maybe putting in difficulties. Like, make it so that there's an easy mode and a hard mode. Or like easy, medium, hard. Make the boss take more hits, make him have an extra attack phase in the medium difficulty, but it's trying to find that fine line between someone who's never played a Sonic game before and someone who plays them so much that they can, you know, beat all the bosses easily and want a challenge. Yeah. Yeah, Sonic bosses have already been simple. Always been simple. But the concept of them is simple, and like, I don't know, the Mania ones, I think they kind of, I understand why they did it, because the old games are really too simple. But it kind of took simple to the point where, like, half the Mania bosses, I had no idea what the hell was going on. Thought of a hard mode that Sonic can't hit the boss while invincible after taking a hit. Oh, what? So you can't damage boost through it? I mean, that's an interesting concept. I'm not sure whether that's a good concept though, because if you jump at the boss, you get hurt. Like, 1 minute you can hit the boss, next minute you take damage, and then you can't hit the boss. For a new player, you're just like, hang on, why aren't I hitting the boss? And you still haven't put 2 and 2 together that not hitting the boss, oh, it's getting hit means you can't hit the boss. That might break that aspect of it. I don't know, game design is like a really weird thing. Everyone is has like their own personal opinions on what their favourite game is and what the best game design is. All I'd say is, I've never played Cuphead. I do like the idea of Cuphead though, like the animation looks sick. The bosses apparently are quite difficult in Cuphead, from what I've heard. Or just Cuphead in general is quite difficult. But, I don't know, I think in terms, I can't speak for the entire team, this is just my opinions, but in terms of Sonic 2 HD, I want it to be like accessible as the original game, because that's what everyone knows and loves. But if people want extra stuff, I wouldn't mind putting extra stuff in, as long as it didn't interfere with the nostalgic people. I have it toggleable. You can have a setting for things which can be toggled. Drop dash, spin dash, toggle them. Like, let's say, I mean, playing as Knuckles, you don't have to play as Knuckles if you don't want to play as Knuckles. Technically, he was in Sonic 2 if you had the Sonic 3 and Knuckles cart. You know, just don't choose him at the start screen. It's that simple for Knuckles. Let's say, I'll try to think of something else, which wasn't in Sonic 2. Let's say you had Hypersonic in there. I mean, yeah, you could have that disabled so that you can't... I mean, where are you going to get another 7 emeralds to begin with? But the point is, you could add these things. Personally... Oh, hang on a sec. Ah, those are in the wrong place. And actually, Oil Ocean Zone has quite a few rings in the wrong place, which you can never get to. So that is probably another set of those, seeing as everything else is in the right place. Sorry, just something I noticed whilst I was here. Quite a few of these rings, because these are pulled from the original game, the positions. These ones are correct, these ones are correct. These ones up here are in the correct place. there's quite a few places in Oil Ocean Zone, where rings like this appear. They might be in the background, you may not be able to see them, but there are extra rings, and it doesn't let you get the ring perfect score bonus, which is something which we're fixing. Technically, that's not the same as the original game, but if you could ever see them and never get to them, why have them? I would rather fix the ring perfect bonuses so that you can actually get all the rings for once. That's what I'd consider a bug. If you consider that an extra layer of difficulty, then by all means I can keep them in. You'll just have to find out how to do level zips to get all the rings. Boss and Cuphead are too difficult and punishing. It depends. Yes, probably. Do they have different difficulty levels? Or is Cuphead just a one game suits all? Wait, there's a fan. Oh, okay, there's multiple fans here. I see. This is the one you float up. You go up this elevator and then you float over here. I don't think I've really take this route ever. You usually go up here and off to the left. No one ever goes up here. Yeah, I guess there's fans there. Oh, we're back onto, I think, Mario music again. We've gone around full loop. Right, to be honest, like, this is gonna sound mean. I'm probably gonna end the stream in a sec because I've pretty much done everything. There's a couple of slopes I haven't done. Most of it's done. There's these slopes here which I still need to do, but I can do them later. They're literally the last ones. But I really need to get to sleep because I need to get up and go to work tomorrow morning. Apart from that, everything else is done in terms of collision. Hopefully, I'll be streaming within... I don't know how long it'll be. It's been a month since the last stream. We do want to do more update progress. We can't update you on things which we're actively working on because we like secrets. However, stuff like this is not really a surprise. Everyone knows Oil Ocean's going to be in the game. There's no new artwork. It's drawing collision around things. It's not necessarily the most, you know, it's not Sonic 2 HD as much as it is rebuilding Sonic 2, but it's something which we can stream, and I want to keep people updated, so, or like, you know, updated and talk to people. It's always fun when you're doing mindless tasks like drawing around things. But maybe within the next couple of weeks or so, I will start streaming either object, like, you know, the assembly. Might be going through some of this and trying to figure out what the hell this does. Maybe not this specifically, because I think this is Sonic 1. But yeah, we could go through some objects and try and reverse engineer them, although that's frustrating and not quite as easy to talk and think, and we'll give it a go. So we can do some of that. We could probably move on to, I think, Metropolis. Most of the collision has been done, but Metropolis, there is an issue with level wraps still, which I was talking to Wintel about earlier. So we need to get level wraps done for Metropolis, and that's a pain and not something I want to stream because I've literally spent 5 hours trying to fix it before on stream. Yep, I'm British. So Metropolis, maybe not such a good idea. After Metropolis, you've got Sky Chase Zone, which is a bit of a pain as well because we're still trying to figure out how Sky Chase Zone is going to work, because you've got that bit in the middle where the airship either moves up or you zigzag down. I'm not too sure yet. That level needs some thought. Wing Fortress, though. We could do Wing Fortress. We could go through and do the collision on Wing Fortress. I mean, Defect, there's not much to do. Collision's been done for that. The tiles are pretty much, at the moment anyway, the tiles have been replaced with Chemical Plant Zone tiles. There's the boss coding. but that's literally horrendous. That is a big bit of code to reverse engineer for Silver Sonic and the final boss fight. So many collision boxes, so much code. Yeah. So actually, it looks like maybe the next possible stream will be like a Wing Fortress or something. Now, it doesn't mean to say Wing Fortress is going to be in the next release, but it's something we can stream. And I'd rather stream nothing. Wow, that came out so wrong. I would rather stream something than nothing at all and have people wondering, is any progress being made? Is everything dead? There is stuff we can stream, but there's also stuff which we're trying to keep secret, which we are working on. This does take away from that a little bit, but hey, I've got to get this done at some point anyway. Dude, your work looks amazing. Big ups. It's not really my work. Actually, this is the original game art for the most part. That's the HD art, and none of the HD art stuff is my work. That's the artists. The bit which is my work at the moment is literally drawing around everything. I am a professional tracer. So, yeah. Oh, that's the entire collision for Act 1 and Act 2. And like I said, all of this, you have to draw around it. Exactly what the original has. So you've got some really weird zigzag bits underneath stuff. You have to do that if you want to make it as, legit as possible and as close to the original as possible. And the other thing as well for the collision is all of this has to be drawn clockwise. Oh, hold up, what's that? What's that? There's something missing there. Yep, it's where I've deleted one of these things by accident. Okay, we're not quite done yet. These are the bits where I said I'll always miss something. I'll probably go over this in fine detail and looking. Everything needs to be kind of. I mean, these bits there are. Hang on, these bits there are actually gaps there. These are one way, so you can pass up from the bottom. Everything else should really be like a solid outline, so that you can't get into any walls and such. So if there's any gaps, like the one which I just saw there, it's probably something which has been missed. Yeah, I'll probably go over this with a fine comb at some point and make sure that it's all there. And probably play through the level several times and make sure that you don't fall into any walls or, slopes work as intended. All sorts. These are the slopes which are missing. You can see there's gaps. So those definitely need putting in. Those are the only occurrence of those slopes. I mean, gaps like this is literally those slides, so that's fine. Not sure what that gap is, but that's probably fine. Yeah, all looks good. And make sure I save. Can we see it in action? That's actually a good point. I can do. It's not brilliantly interesting at the moment because that level, yeah, nothing is really going on in that level at the moment. Wait, hang on. What is the thought process behind leaving specific levels a secret? The thought process behind it is just because it would be a bit boring if we showed it off with all the HDR and then released it and people go, yeah, I've seen this before. So that's the reason. Like these things you'll fall through because these things are classified as objects. These collapsing platforms. Now this is one of those slopes, but you're actually a little bit further in the floor. What happens if Sonic stands on a vertical collision line? Depends how far over he is. If he's, let's say we're talking this line here, or this vertical line here. Well, if this wasn't a corner anyway, if this was just a vertical line if he was on the left-hand side of it, he would fall. If he was slightly to the right of it, he might fall down and then it will push him outwards slightly. Yeah, I can't get through this. Right, if I'm on the inside... Oh, hang on, I need to jump first. Oh, no, hang on, it's got internal collision as well. That's not a good example. Okay, this bit. So I can stand on here, but I can also jump through from underneath. Because this is like an overhanging edge. That's the whole reason we had the lines. So the lines coming off at the normals. So this line here basically has a little bit poking up which says stop Sonic from going through it from above, but you can go through it from below. I can't get any momentum. Yeet. Nope. Yeet. Oh, also there's a fun thing here. Is it here? I don't know, you can go inside these things basically. Somehow. There's like a small gap you can fit in. Yeah, fans don't work, bridges don't work. Spikes work. Okay, so the spikes. Someone asked about the spikes. Spikes, they are an object. So they are a square object, and if you jump on top of them, they hurt you. That's basically all there is to it. Same with the monitors, they're also a square object. So they've all got their own collision. Yay. This is what I mean about the slopes. They may not be the world's most perfect slope, but they function perfectly. I thought the game might get confused. No, it doesn't really get confused. Elevators don't have any collision on them. They're objects still, but I haven't added collision on them. That needs coding. I swear one of these has a gap in it. Oh, okay, maybe not. Yeah, these don't have a frictionless thing. The heatwave effect is something which I was buggering around with because that's what I do. I like playing around with random stuff which I shouldn't be doing whilst I'm focusing for a release. So I started adding like a slight heatwave effect, which I don't know if we'll keep or whether we'll modify it slightly. But I just felt like it was in the background of the original game. Now that's loud. Yeah, it's in the background of the original game. But I decided to apply it to the foreground as well. Ring sounds seem to be way too loud. Everything's very loud. And yeah. You can see there's been some stuff done on this level. So everything's very much in the development state. These should be in the background, I think. They should probably be behind that fencing. There's probably some stuff which needs layering properly. We need to add more layers. Currently there's only 2, which is foreground and background. Ah! Oh no, I have actually done this. Should that place me there? No. Ah. Here's something which I didn't take account. I can't control Sonic. Because this thing is supposed to fire you behind this floor into here. Instead he hits the collision and I now have no input because I'm not supposed to be able to control Sonic. So yeah, that's something which needs to be accounted for. But anyway, that's Oil Ocean Zone. That's kind of what we've been doing with the collision, so we can now actually walk across it. And we can do all that lovely fun stuff. Have you guys tried messing with lighting? Like colour bouncing in tiles? What do you mean color bouncing tiles? You mean like actual lighting? We haven't done proper lighting. I think Greentwip was playing around with some sort of lighting thing, but I don't know how far he got with that. But I don't know whether it wasn't for anything specific. I just know that he was playing around with some lighting. It wasn't bouncing off anything. It wasn't like lighting bouncing off of tiles and, you know, like HDR reflections. And no, it wasn't any of that. But he definitely did look at some sort of lighting thing. But I think it's probably way too overkill. We're not trying to create like ray traced Sonic 2. Xenonite, that would be cool though. I have a question. How does a Sonic point and click adventure game sound? What is a Sonic point and click adventure game? I don't know what a point and click adventure game is. Is it like one of those Dora the Explorer kind of ones where you click on something and it goes to the next screen? Or I don't know. I have no idea what a point and click adventure game is. A Sonic one though, how would that work with momentum and speed as well? How it depends. If you want to make it, then by all means go ahead. Also probably post it in the Sonic Amateur Games Expo Discord, and because there's various people make Sonic related games, fan games and stuff, and then they show them off at Sage. So Sage in August, you probably won't have something done by them, depending on how you're making and how fast you are at making games and how much you're putting in it. But by all means, make it or suggest the idea, see if people like it. Personally, I don't know too much about point and click adventures games though. If it's Sonic though, you would want something kind of Sonic related in it, i.e. not just Sonic as a character. Maybe something like Sonic Schoolhouse, maybe. But you'd want some sort of like speed aspect, I think. Otherwise, it's just Sonic in. It's like having Skyrim but putting Sonic in it, except Sonic moves the same speed as a Skyrim character. Bad example, but like, you know, you want an aspect of Sonic which isn't just the character, I think. Anyway, wait, what's the red cube? Okay, that's a good question, actually. Sorry, I didn't see that. The red cube is an object which we know is there, but hasn't been implemented yet. So, for example, it could be, it could be a ring, or it could be anything, just about anything. And I know exactly what it is, because it's in the bottom of the level, if I remember rightly, and it's probably the oil spill. So the oil spill which comes out of pipes and flows down into the actual oil, that is an object. Because, yeah, it's a placeholder object, essentially. So when we export the object positions, it exports the positions for those, but we don't necessarily have the art because, for instance, in that case, it's an animation. And we don't necessarily have generated code for it because I tend to generate code for things I export. Some things, depending on how the original game handles them, some objects don't get exported properly. And we have to kind of manually build them. Most stuff we can export. Like, for instance, we could export art for them. We could export the name. We can generate some basic code for them. And I mean basic, as in, let's go to Sonic 3, for example. See, here we've got, like, Casino Night Zone. And you've got Casino Night Zone Cannon. You don't know what placeholder means. Yeah, I do know what placeholder means. So we've got Casino Night Zone Cannon. And you see here, we've got some really bare bones code. Doesn't do any cannon-y stuff, but we know it's a cannon. We know we pulled it from Casino Night Zone. We've generated a namespace from it. We've called that Casino Night Zone Cannon instance, and that's Casino Night Zone Cannon type. The the design bounds is just default 100, 100, which is where that red square comes into it. We've literally just put 100 by 100 red square texture so that it's easy to spot in the level, so that when we come around to checking the level over, we can see there is an object in that place which we've missed, and that needs to be implemented. So yeah, that oil spill is one which we just don't have an oil spill animation. Could probably make the oil spill animation from the old art, but to be honest, trying to fiddle around, trying to get an animation set up out of the old art rather than just, a texture. If I had to sit there and get the animation for it and the right frames and all that, personally, I'd rather just wait until the actual HD art is done and then import that animation, because the frame count might be different. So yeah, we can generate some base code, and we have done that I have done that for every level. I mean, some levels don't have all the objects in them because some of them haven't exported at all. But for the most part, objects in Sonic 3 and Knuckles, there are an absolute ton of them. And yeah, bonus Angel Island zone objects. So yeah, there is a lot. And if we go to Oil Ocean Zone, for example, that's how many are in Oil Ocean Zone. And you can see we've got Aquis, which is the seahorse, Ball Launcher, which are those yellow and green balls which fire Sonic, Breakable Block, which is the ones which are underneath the ball launchers, Breakable Floor, which are those kind of beige floors which fall, Burner Lids, well, I've been drawing around those for the past couple of hours, Elevators, things you stand on that go up, the fans, well, they're self-explanatory, Octus is the octopus, the push spring is those weird springs which you push and they spring you up and around, on those big U-shaped walls. Spiky thing is a thing which moves left and right and makes that horrible sound when it bounces off the other one. And the swing platform is the thing right at the bottom of the level. There's one of them in Act 2, I think. There might be a second one, I'm not sure. Pretty sure there's only one of them. Big swing platform, which is relative to Oil Ocean Zone. So we've got those. So where is the oil spill? Well, we don't have any code for the oil spill, but we do have a location for an object which should be there, but we don't have any information about that object. So we put the placeholder down and we say this is an unknown object. So it's probably going to be in Sonic Orca Core Objects Common Unknown Object. And this is literally just a placeholder object for an unknown object from an unknown zone. Obsolete. This will be removed. Or this will be obsolete once removed from all levels. So basically, this bit of code is just there to draw an object there. So if you don't know what it is, we just draw a unknown object there until we get around to A, figuring out what it is if we don't know what it is, and B, getting the right artwork for it. Just so we don't miss stuff. We can come back, we can put it in later. But, whilst we're going through and exporting everything and trying to, automatically generate code and generate the objects and put them into levels, if anything does go horribly wrong, we just place an unknown object there and we can fix it later. Because worst possible case is we end up doing release 3 and someone goes, why is there no spring here? And we go, oh, must have missed that one. I like this literally called Spiky thing. Well, I don't know what else to call it. Now, when I say I don't know what else to call it, actually some of these names have actually come from the assembly code as well. So it depends what other people... I mean, the assembly code may not be what it's called in the original game, because chances are the names weren't in the assembly code. It's a decompilation. It'll be whoever's made the decompilation has probably just named it something. So yeah, some of these games are kind of relatively standard. Some of them I've personally renamed because I think the original one doesn't make much sense, but you know, most of these names are just what's in the decomp. I don't know what to call it. Probably most people don't have any idea what to call the spiky thing, so it's just called spiky thing. It makes the most sense. You know exactly what it means when I refer to it as the spiky thing from Oil Ocean Zone. You know, the one which isn't spikes. Anyway, yeah, that's it. I'm well past my bedtime. I need to go to sleep. Thank you for watching. I will probably be back in the next week or so. I can imagine I'm going to stream again at some point sometime soon. Which ones did I rename? I don't know. There's quite a lot of objects, as you can tell. They're definitely not called spiky thing, though. Probably something a little bit more intuitive than that. I don't know. It depends. If it's something which I really don't know what it is, I probably called it something like spiky thing. Ideally, though, I would rather try to name it something which is more meaningful. But yeah, I will probably be back for the week and probably do Wing Fortress. Probably drawing collision on that, or maybe we'll do some object reverse engineering or some programming of some sort. It's hard. It's hard trying to figure out what to stream. But anyway, hope you enjoyed. I will be back at some point. Cheers.